temeye, so me ala temeye. Che. So me ala temeye, so me bigi going temeye, so me ala temeye. Back in the days when music healed the hearts and the souls of men. Shaker, roller, wine up, over, that's it. Yellow sisi down for corner, putting an anjo. Yellow sisi down for corner, putting an anjo. Waiting for the master. What can you tell me? Waiting for the master. What can you tell me? What can you tell me? Why you do me so? What can you tell me? Why you do me so? Polo famame, seme famame, wari famame, obari soma. Furo famame, ama famame, polo famame, obari soma. Ama famate, seme famate, polo famate, obari soma. That's right. Furo famate, wari famate, seme famate, obari soma. Mi ama, obari soma. Mi ama, obari soma. Mi ama, obari soma. Mi ama, obari soma. Real song. Samakia, ate, iko ya be, marilisi ya rubarine. Beno Goni. Alio,
give us the step.
Iko ya be, si ya rubarine. Sama taga, iko ya be, si ya rubarine.
Thank you so much. Would like to still recognize dignitaries who are already seated here with us. We have here in our midst His Royal Majesty, Major General Phillips National Chairman of Trump. Also representing the Governor of Delta State, we have here a former NDC, Senior Political Advisor to the Governor, You're welcome. Also recognizing Honorable Indutimi Komonibo, President Coalition of South Chambers of Commerce, Wasima. May I welcome Honorable Ore, the Honorable Commissioner for Health in River State. You're welcome. Also here with her is her counterpart, Engineer Victor Key, Honorable Commissioner for Agriculture, River State. We have here the distinguished presence of Senator Emmanuel Ibok Essien, Fellow, Nigerian Society of Engineers, former Deputy Chief Whip of Senate, National Chairman, Pan Niger Delta Forum. You're welcome, sir. Professor Chibuzo Wabweze, representing Professor Okechukwu Onochukwu, Vice Chancellor Ignatius Ajuri University of Education, River State. May I acknowledge the presence of His Royal Majesty Noble O Esemiton, FCA, Ovie of Ogara, Delta State. You're welcome. Also here is His Royal Majesty Elder Ambassador Solomon O. Edward, Cross River State Council of Traditional Rulers. We also have here His Royal Majesty Etini Otu Mesele the Sixth, JP, Paramount Rulers of Supani Local Government Area, Cross River State. We have here with us His Royal Majesty King Dr. Samuel N. Amechi, DSSRS, Chairman, Trump-Column, River State Chapter. And here with us is His Royal Highness King Air Commodore Ogube, retired, Amayanabo and Supreme Monarch of Krika Kingdom of Okrika in River State. You're welcome, Your Royal Highness. Once again, would like to welcome each and every one of us that have made it to this venue for this very auspicious occasion. Band, please. May I have attention, please? Please, if you have misplaced your ID card, kindly approach the compass for today to pick it up for identification and collection. Thank you. May I acknowledge the presence of His Imperial Majesty of Traditional Rulers. You're welcome.
Sisi Echo, you know the shame. Plenty your spice now where you get. Yeah, watch your walk. You know the shame. Plenty your spice is good for you. If you marry taxi driver, I don't care. If you marry taxi driver, I don't care. If you marry taxi driver, I don't care. If you marry taxi I don't care. Ejo, ebi jọ̀wọ́, you know the shame. Lady husband is good for you. Sisi Eko, you know the shame. Lady boyfriend is good for you. If you marry taxi driver, I don't care. 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 If you marry over pusher, I don't care. If you marry taxi driver, I don't care. If you marry taxi driver, I don't care. If you marry taxi driver, I don't care.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as we make progress for today, would like to ask that we please clear the aisles. Please clear the aisles to allow free movement. Please clear the aisles. Thank you. We thank you for maintaining a very serene and conducive environment, but I would like you to please clear the aisles. Thank you so much. I'd like to recognize the presence of the Chairman, Niger Delta Chamber of Commerce, Mines and Industry, Ambassador Idaire Gogo Ogan. You're welcome, sir. Also acknowledging the presence of King Dr. Kroma Eleki, Deputy Chairman, Conference of Ijaw Traditional Rulers and Amainabo of Kula Kingdom. Also here is His Majesty King Bubaraye Nama the 8th, JP Ogiame Pere of Akugbene, Main Kingdom. First Vice Chairman, Delta State Council of Traditional Rulers. You're welcome. May I also acknowledge the presence of distinguished Senator Magnus Abe. You're welcome, sir. We also have here the presence of Prince Ebitimi Angbare, Managing Director, Niger Delta Basin Development Authority. You're welcome, sir.
Waiting for your happiness, I'm gonna give it to you, baby. Don't cry, don't cry. Waiting for your happiness, I'm gonna give it to you, baby. Don't cry, don't cry. Woman, don't cry. Please don't cry. I beg you, don't cry. Baby, don't cry. Please don't cry. I beg you, don't cry. I never told you how I love you. Please don't cry. All I want is a happiness. I'm gonna give it to ya. I'm sorry, baby. Oh. I'm sorry, baby. You're my sweetie, my sugar baby, my lover. So honey, let me hold you, let me love you forever. Oh yes, oh yes, oh yes, oh yes. This is story that I must tell. My woman lifted me from hell, but now I know that I'm alive and well. Ambassador Gali, I dey wait for you. You're my sweetie, my sugar, my baby, my lover. So honey, let me hold you, let me hold you forever. Oh yes, oh yes, oh yes, oh yes. Echo, 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 echo. Echo, 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 echo. A lion like a bee, chilling one another. A lion like a bird, chilling one another. Ekwenu, ekwenu, chilling one another. Uku wa machamu, chilling one another. Eji suwa, eji suwa. Eji suwa, ekwe. Ekwe. Onye ga-abụ ya ga-abụ. Kalumji yoba nibi lobi hadima. Kalumji yoba nyekeru walile. Kalumji yoba nibi lobi hadima. Kalumji yoba nyekeru walile. Ozana ni Wakeshuku. Oye naya mbelile. Ozana ni Wakeshuku. Onye naya mbelile. Kalumji yoba nibi lobi hadima. Kalumji yoba nyekeru walile. Kalumji yoba nibi lobi hadima.
Hosanna, Wakechuku, Oye Unanaya Bimbedile, Hosanna, Wakechuku, Oye Unanaya Bimbedile, Oye Gabebu, Gabebu, Oye Gabebu, Gabebu, Igali Gabebu, Gabebu, Sami Gabebu, Gabebu, Precious Gabebu, Gabebu, Uncle Davis Gabebu, Gabebu, Pere Gabebu, Gabebu, Bisam Gabebu, Gabebu, Igabe, Igabebu, Igabe, Igabebu, You and I will be as one. You and I will be as one. You and I, you and I, you and I will be as one. You and I will be as one. Our love will last forever. You and I, you and I, you and I will be as one. Monagi Gebi, Monagi Gebi, Monagi Gebi, oh, Monagi Gebi, Monagi Gebi, Monagi Gebi, oh, Yama. Ebesina na chuku na wo, Ebesina na chuku na so, oh you want Ebesina na chuku na so, oh you want Ebesina na chuku na so. You and I will be as one. Said our love will last forever. Oh, you and I, our love is good. One your love is Sababo, Monagi Gebi, Sababo, Monagi Gebi, Monagi Gebi, oh, Yama, Monagi Gebi, Monagi Gebi, Monagi Gebi, oh, Yama.
Thank you very much. Recognizing all of you that are here, let me welcome one of Africa's finest entrepreneurs, chairman of Mosile Group, chairman of Heritage Times, and he's been arranging and organizing Nigerian youths across the nation in the last 10 years. Mrs. Moses Siloko Siasia is here with us. I welcome you. Also here is the Royal Majesty Pearl Barrister Z.D. Egbunu, Okuku III, Ogadagba and paramount ruler of Arugboibe, Ondo State. His Royal Majesty Oba Kinyemi Olusegun Amakpetu of Mahin Land, Chairman Ilaje Local Government Area, Council of Traditional Rulers, Ondo State. Your Royal Majesties, I welcome you. Stella will be stepping forward here to do some further recognitions.
Thank you very much. We also have here with us General Christopher Musa, Chief of Defense Staff. You're welcome. Also here is the Honorable Commissioner for Information and Communications in Rivers State, Wari Senibo Joe Johnson. Here with us is also the Honorable Commissioner for Local Government Affairs in Rivers State, Honorable Prince Charles E. O. Beke, JP, NPOM. You're welcome, sir. We also have Ichemati Maxwell, Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Budget and Economic Planning. You're welcome, sir. May I also recognize His Highness Dr. Benjamin Style, Tamaranebi, JP, Akpolokpolo, one of May Kingdom, National President of Host Communities of Nigeria, Producing Oil and Gas, HostCom. You're welcome. Also here with us, we also have here with us Mrs. Nena Akajemeli, National Coordinator, CEO, Servicom, Abuja. You're welcome, ma'am. We have His Royal Majesty King Bubaraje Dakolo Agada IV, Ibena Nowe of Ekpetima Kingdom, Chairman, Bielsa State Council of Traditional Rulers. You're welcome, Your Majesty. We have here with us the President General, Akwa Ibom State Supreme Council of Traditional Rulers, His Eminence Nteyin Dr. Solomon D. Etuk, JP, CFR, ably represented by His Royal Majesty Edidem A.M. Akpanobong, the paramount ruler of Etinam local government area of Akwa Ibom State. Here also is the chairman, Akwa Ibom State Supreme Council of Traditional Rulers, His Royal Majesty Odidem Basi Etim Edet, the paramount ruler of Odong Uko local government area of Akwa Ibom State. You're welcome. We have His Majesty Pere Barrister Z.D. Egbono Agadagba of Akobo Ibe, Ondo State. You're welcome. We also have here Chief Simon Bidey, Chairman, Niger Delta Joint National Association of Persons with Disabilities. Also here is His Royal Majesty Barrister Anthony U. Ogbogbo Ibuka the First, the OVA of Ozoro. You're welcome. And here with us is His Majesty King Dr. Ateke M. Tom, a Mainabo of ancient Okochiri Kingdom, the voice of Okrika Nation, represented by Chief Honorable Dere Biembo of Fokome, JP. You're welcome.
Thank you very much. We still have more recognitions here. And as you are coming in, please can we clear the aisle, leave some space. We are getting the news that some of our special guests are arriving, and please so that we can clear the aisle on their way here. Let me welcome one more time the Executive Chairman and General Coordinator, Association of Niger Delta Monarchs of Nigeria, His Royal Majesty King Captain F.N. Okurakpo Ode II, JP, PhD. I welcome Your Royal Majesty. Also here, we have done this before, but I will welcome our Royal Father, Eze Dr. E.C. Okeke, CFR, Eze Imo, and Chairman, Imo State Traditional Institution and Community Policing. His Royal Majesty King Captain Frank Okiakwed JP, Egbisuwe Garau, the 10th Agaragba Pere of Ijo Kingdom, Southern Ijo Local Government, Bayelsa State. High Chief Nubari Sate, President General, Niger Delta Congress. His Royal Majesty Ndidem, Dr. Etta Bassi Eleta III, Ndidem of the Kwas and paramount ruler of Calabar Municipality, Cross River State. Also here, His Royal Highness Eze Augustine O. Igwe, Chairman Arochoko Council of Traditional Rulers, Abia State. His Royal Highness Henry Benido Dogba, the Ovuru of Ofuron Mere, Land, Edo State. Please, as we're coming in, we take our seats so that we can decongest the aisle. Let us try and decongest the aisle. Comrade Godwin Utwenyin, President Ishekiri National Youth Council Worldwide, is here. Comrade Priye Ketebu Brown, Vice President Africa, World Assembly of Youths, a veteran national and global youth development activist. We welcome you. Thank you very much. His Royal Majesty Eze Sir Innocent A. Nwigwe, retiree Director of NDDC and Chairman Umuahia, North Council of Traditional Rulers. We welcome you. And also just stepping in now is His Excellency Engineer Ikechukwu Emetu, fellow Nigerian Society of Engineers, Deputy Governor of Abia State, representing His Excellency, the Governor of Abia State, His Excellency Dr. Alex Oti OFR. Prince David Omagbomi, Trustee, Eco Restoration Foundation, Member, ECR Committee, Lagos, Calabar. Also here is His Imperial Majesty, Oba Dr. Frederick Obateru Akinrutan, CON, the Olugbo of Ugbo Land and paramount ruler of Ugboland, Ilaje LGA, Ondo State, ably represented here by Prince Dr. Ade Bamisan Adegboye.
Would like to recognize the President, Isoko Youth Assembly Worldwide, Comrade Prince Olomo Matthew. You're welcome. Also recognizing Olorogun Barrister S.A. Gam, President General, Urobo Progress Union Worldwide. You're welcome. May I also acknowledge the presence of the Royal Father of the Day, Chief E.K. Clark, ably represented by Senator Emmanuel Ibok Essien, FNSE, former Deputy Chief Whip of the Senate, National Chairman, Pan-Niger Delta Forum. You're welcome. Once again, would like to plead that we please clear the aisle. Please clear the aisle. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's so good, loving somebody when somebody loves you back. He's so good, needing somebody when somebody needs you back. To be loved and be loved in return is the only thing I desire. To appreciate little thing I do. Oh, everywhere you're gonna make me high. Keep on lifting me higher. So good
Loving somebody when somebody loves you back.
that's a fact. It's so good.
Needing somebody when somebody needs you back.
Yeah.
Sometimes
Ooh. To be loved every time with return is the only thing my happiness. I will do for you everything that I can. Oh, every day I wanna get a little high, just a little bit higher. So good,
loving somebody when somebody loves you back.
that's a fact. It's so good.
Needing somebody when somebody needs you back.
No 70-30, no 60-40, talking about 50-50 love. No 70-30, no 60-40, talking about 50-50 love. You, tonight is the night.
Please, let's settle down. They are already on their way. And I can see in the audience the former managing director of NDDC, Chief Timi Alaibe. We are welcome. I welcome you. Retired Chief Justice of Nigeria, Utuan Ikang of Cross River State, Honorable Mr. Justice Walter Onogen, CON CFR, GCON is here with us. We welcome you. Alabo Dr. Nengi James Owen. I welcome here Right Honorable Chigozie Nwaneri, Chief Whip, Imo State House of Assembly, member representing Oil Ridge, Oru East local government area in Imo State House of Assembly. Honorable Chief, don't scatter my paper, please. Honorable Chief Ikenna Nzero, Commissioner ISOPEDEC Imo State. Mrs. Nnenna Akajemi Mele, National Coordinator, CEO, Servicom, Abuja. Brigadier General Mike Indobisi, please can we clear the aisle? Let's settle down, please. The representative of the President, in person of the Senate President, will soon be here. Please, let's go to our seats. The aisle and the front is cluttered, please. Let's clear the aisle, please. The people standing in front here, can we go to our seats, please? Please. Brigadier General Mike Ndubisi, President General of Ndokwa Nation, Comrade Odochi Ifeanyichukwu, Youth Leader, Ndokwa Nation, the President of the Joy Youth Council, Sir Jonathan Lukobri Sr., Lady Chinyere Ihuoma Ekomaru, PhD, Deputy Governor, Imo State. Lady Chinyere Ihuoma Ekomaru, PhD, Deputy Governor of Imo State, representing His Excellency, the Governor of Imo State. The Managing Director of Fidelity Bank, Dr. Mrs. Nneka Onyalikwe, is represented here by Mrs. Pamela Shodipo, Executive Director South of the bank. Comrade Terry Obie, President General, Nigeria Ethnic Nationalities Youth Leaders Council. Comrade Enudi Marcos, President General and Neoma Youth Council Worldwide. And you're welcome, Dr. Onyeka Chukwu Mabel, Youth Representative, Ndomisili Development Association. Please, let's clear the path. Let's clear the aisle, please. Take your seats. His Excellency, the Senate President, representing the President of Nigeria, will soon be here. Let's clear the front row, clear the aisle. Let's settle down, please. Let's settle down, please. Let's clear the aisle. It is too crowded. Can we go and take our seats, please? Comrade Nnamdi Ofonye, National President and Neoma Youth Forum Worldwide. Professor Chief Benjamin Okaba, President Ijod National Congress. Please, let's clear the aisle. Let's clear the aisle, please. There are seats, empty seats everywhere. Empty seats everywhere. Let's find time. Let's just take our seats. Let's just take our seats. The aisle is still crowded. The aisle is still crowded. Let's clear the aisle, please. The aisle is still very crowded, and we have empty seats in the room. Please. Let's clear the aisle. We are just standing and hanging around. Meanwhile, we have seats everywhere, please. Let's clear the aisle, please. Yes. Let's clear the aisle. Comrade Eniwike Orogun, President of Isoko National Youth Assembly Worldwide. And the Niger Group for the advancement of the development of the oil and gas production communities, Ondo State, High Chief Oloye Banro Oluwoye, coordinator, is also here. Please, can we clear the path?
Birds in them trembling, waiting for you to walk in. And I try hard to relax, but I just can't keep still. I know I'll be a pretty woman. You make me feel so inspired. Tonight is the night, and I hope you will. Said I'm nervous and I'm trembling, waiting for you now to walk in. And I try not to relax, but I just can't keep still. You got me moving, it's electric. You got me going, it's electric. And I know it will. And everywhere. I got to move. I'm going on a party ride. And I'll I'll give you the electric slide. Now you're coming with me. It's time to take you on a party ride. And I'll teach you. I'll teach you the electric slide. Some say it's a lipstick, it's electric. Woogie, woogie, woogie. You got me going, it's electric. Boogie, boogie, boogie. How shorty, it's electric. Boogie, boogie, boogie. Come on, everybody, let us have a go. Bring them down to say, fuck the rhythm and go right away. Don't let me go, it's electric. Boogie, boogie, boogie. You got me moving, it's electric. Boogie, boogie, boogie. And I know it's well. Yeah, everywhere. Yeah, I got to move. I'm going on the party ride. Ooh. I'll give you the chance. Are you coming with me? Don't take you on a party ride. I'll teach you. I'll teach you the electric slide.
I know we will go there. Thank you. Let me welcome here Rotarian Onasan Jerry Orishes Seweyi, the coordinator concerned the Shekiri social media advocates worldwide and an APC stalwart in Delta State. Also here is Comrade Major Ekene Frank, National President, Niger Delta Youth Movement. Sir Chief Dr. Abidomo Spiff, MNI, President Nembe Congress. Please, can we clear the path, the walkway, please? We have news that His Excellency, the Senate President, is very close to us. We also have here Igwe Ejimatu, Palace of the Otacheroha. His Royal Highness is a Franklin Kajatan Oka for JP Igwe Ejimatu. I welcome you, sir, Your Royal Highness. Activist Blessed Uchere, UP Youth Wing Worldwide President, Urobo Progress Union Worldwide. His Royal Honorable Ambassador Dr. Prince Tonye Germany Mima, Speaker River State Youth Leaders Assembly of Nigeria, and Chief Dr. Delta Grassroots Women, Imo State. Please, can we clear the path? And then we have a Toyota key that has been misplaced. In case you find it, please bring it to the Masters of Ceremony. Please, let's clear the path. The walkway is crowded. The walkway is crowded, please. Apart from the ushers, the rest of the people find somewhere and take your seats. Apart from the ushers, every other person take your seat. Comrade Jerry Atiene, President General Ishekiri Progress Youth Movement. Can we clear the path, please? Can we clear the walkway, please? Well, the key, the Toyota key has been found. Can the owner step forward now? The Toyota key has been found. Can the owner step forward now? As we celebrate the presence of Her Excellency, the Deputy Governor of Imo State, we'd like to also, in the same breath, welcome her husband, one of the finest brains in Nigerian law, Chief Barrister Chukwuma Ekomaru, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. He's here with us. I welcome you. Thank you very much. You need to give me proof of ownership. Is this your key? Please, the walkway is still cluttered. Can we decongest? Can we decongest? Apart from the ushers, every other person there, please find a seat. Please find a seat. Apart from the ushers, every other person find a seat. We have plenty empty seats at the back. Please go there and take your seats, please. Let me welcome here Chief Tony Okocha, KSC DSSRS, JB. Can we bring down the music, please? Can we bring down the music, please? Representative of NDIC and Chairman APC Rivers State, Right Honorable Ima Dea, President General Kagote, Wari Senibo Karibi Danjumbo, Welfare Secretary APC Rivers State.
Got sunshine on a clouded day, and it's cold outside. I got the month of it.
Please, we are appealing. The row directly behind the first row is reserved for the senators of the Federal Republic. I can see distinguished Senator Adams Oshomole here, and he's standing. That's a former governor for 8 years in Edo State, and other distinguished senators. So if you are sitting on the row directly behind the front row, please vacate. We appeal to you respectfully. Can we vacate and let them take their seats? It's been officially reserved for them. Officially reserved for them. All of them, senators of the Federal Republic, can we vacate the second row for them, please? We appeal. They are all standing. They are all standing. Please, we appeal. Please, we appeal. Please, we appeal. Thank you very much. We appeal to all of you. Thank you very much. Please, we appeal. Let's clear that row for our distinguished senators, please. I understand the aides of the senators are with them. Can the aides vacate the seats and let the senators take their seats? As we are settling down, Her Excellency, the Deputy Governor of Akwa Ibom State, Her Excellency, Dr. Mrs. Akon Anyakenyi is also here with us. Dr. Afiz Oluwatoyin Ogun, Director General and CEO of Industrial Training Fund, is also here. The Economic Advisor to the Governor of Akwa Ibom State, Mrs. Nnam, is also here. The national president of the Niger Delta Students Union government, Comrade Scott Ogunsori, is here. Then Deputy Governor of Cross River State, Dr. Peter Ode, we welcome you, representing His Excellency, the Governor of Cross River State. All right, so Your Excellencies, our special guest and the chief host, His Excellency, the Senate President is here standing. So if we're all ready, shall we all rise now for the national anthem?
Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Though tribe and tongues may differ in brotherhood, the truth and justice reign in peace all back to her.
While we are still standing, we will take the pledge. I pledge to Nigeria, my country, to be faithful, loyal, and honest, to serve Nigeria with all. Your Excellency, the President of the Senate and the Chairman of the National Assembly of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, is also the chief host of this event. Let me welcome the comprising the Niger Delta. Most of them represented the governor of Imo State, the governor of Rivers State, the governor of Abia State, the governor of Akwa Ibom State, the governor of Bayelsa, the governor of Delta.
That I respectfully invite to deliver the welcome address, the Minister, the Honorable Minister of the Ministry of Niger Delta Development and co-host, Honorable Engineer Abubakar Momo, Fellow Nigerian Society of Engineers.
The President of the Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, distinguished Senator Akpabio, who is here in his capacity as the Senate President and also representing the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Let me also recognize the presence of the former President of Nigeria, President Goodluck Jonathan. The governor of Ondo State is also here. Let me welcome you to this very ceremony. I think I may be making a mistake today if I want to go one after the other. Let me just say that I have to maintain the existing protocol, but let me quickly recognize my leader here, former national chairman of All Progressive Congress, distinguished Senator Eric Adams Oshomole, and all other former governors that are here, chairmen of committees,
members of the National Assembly, former governors. I saw some of our traditional rulers. I recognize your presence. I'm asked to welcome everybody to this very important ceremony, which is holding here today in Port Harcourt. I can say that for a very first time, we have to meet in this gathering to discuss frankly with ourselves and tell ourselves the home truth about the Niger Delta region. So I welcome all of you to celebrations, and to assure you that for us here today, for us in the midst, let nobody shy away from telling ourselves the truth. And that is what we are here for. And you for being here, and to also say that who of course believe that the Niger Delta cannot get themselves together. I'm sure they will be disappointed seeing the galaxy of people who are here today to discuss the issues of Niger Delta. It's a unit united, and we are committed. I'm sure for us in the Niger Delta, there's no reason for anybody to be poor, considering what is already available in this region. So it's for us to say the correct thing and to move forward from here on how to get the region properly developed. So for now, I'm only asked to welcome you, and that is what I'm much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Let me specially apologize to His Excellency President Goodluck Ebele Jonathan Joseph. And I think
at it, and I know you're already looking at it. The issue of abandoned project is one of the greatest problems of the NDDC. I'm very happy that before coming here, within this period that I've been invited to be here, I heard the MD who spoke on the abandoned projects and promised the people of the Niger Delta that issue of abandonment of projects will not be accommodated by this administration. So we have to encourage you to do that. Another thing that I believe the NDDC should look at it is that projects that, especially infrastructure projects that were done by the NDDC, sometimes they abandon the project. And instead of those projects being looked at as a worthy contribution of the NDDC to the area, people look at it as a cost. For example, road projects that were completed and being used, of course, our terrain we all know. Sometimes these road projects deteriorate to a level that vehicles can no longer move. So NDDC must have a way to manage the infrastructure they complete. There are two ways to do that. They can, on their own, continue to maintain their roads. And everybody who lives within that area will know that this is what NDDC has contributed to the area. Alternatively, they could meet with the governors, and a road that is dear to the state, they can construct and donate it to the state. In that case, the state will take over the maintenance of the road. But where NDDC builds a road, and within handing over that road to the state and just abandoning the road, is not the best. So these are areas that NDDC should look at it. The next thing I believe is oil. We are here because they will produce oil. But everybody knows that the fossil fuel, hydrocarbons, the future is so bleak. It may dry up, just like the Olobri oil field dried up. Or even if we still have it, the global environmental politics may stop exploitation of the fossil fuels one day. And therefore, the Niger Delta should begin to see how they will start building a Niger Delta without hydrocarbons. We must prepare our young people and our children for a Niger Delta without hydrocarbons. There are so many ways to do it, and I admire the competence of the key actors in the NDDC. One thing is about education. And the NDDC has been giving scholarships. I know that. I think they have to strengthen that aspect very well. Let our youth be well educated and acquire skills so that they can work anywhere in the world. The next is industrialization, which NDDC cannot do it directly. If they attempt to do it directly, they will fail. I'm also suggesting that giving loans to industrialists, which is very risky, because when we are in UNPADEC, we had a directorate that did that, and the payment was very poor. But NDDC can work with agencies of government that have been managing loans properly, like the Bank of Industry. If they work with these agencies and they provide the funds for the people of the Niger Delta to access, I believe it will improve the industrialization of the Niger Delta. Agric, I remember when Timmy Alaibe was there too. I remember they tried to intervene in agriculture, but I think it was not successful. That is the key area that we need to. But the management is complex. If you give agric loans, repayment of agric loans in the country is very, very poor. And that's why even the Bank of Agriculture is not doing well. But those who are really serious in agriculture could be given assistance in form of grants, but not cash. It should be in form of inputs, but not the portfolio farmers. It must be people who are really doing farming. And I believe that the leadership of the NDDC, the chairman and the board, the MD, the executive directors, and senior staff are presently focused. And I believe that if they go on this way, they will make all of us happy. As the chairman, I'm not to give a keynote speech. There are other people that will give keynote speeches. My duty is just to greet you and formally declare the conversation open. I thank you all.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Can we put our hands together for him as he steps down now? Thank you. Wonderful. Pride of the region, pride of the nation. We thank you. We thank you. And while he was speaking, I saw in the audience His Excellency, the Governor of Bayelsa State, His Excellency Senator Doye Diri, who is here with a very wonderful entourage. Your Excellency, we welcome you, Doye Diri, Governor of Bayelsa State. Also here, His Excellency, the Governor of Ondo State, Honorable Lucky Ayedatiwa. I welcome you, Your Excellency. Also here, Executive Director, Business Development Nexim Bank, Ms. Stella Okotete is here. Stella will be stepping forward now as we commence the goodwill messages. Please, we appeal. Let's make our comments not more than 2 minutes. 2 minutes.
Thank you. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, to give the first goodwill message, may I respectfully invite the Governor of Abia State, His Excellency Dr. Alex O.T., OFR, ably represented by His Excellency Engineer Ikechukwu Emetu, FNSE, Deputy Governor of Abia State.
Your Excellency, Senator Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, ably represented here by the Senate President, Your Excellency, Senator Godswill Akpabio, CON, the President of the Senate and the Chairman of the National Assembly of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Please permit me to use you to reach out to all serving and non-serving senators here present, and not forgetting our ever dynamic former Deputy Governor and Governor Bayelsa State, former Vice President and President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Your Excellency Dr. Goodluck Ebele Jonathan. You're welcome, Your Excellency. Not forgetting the Chief of Defense Staff here present. Please permit me to use you to reach out to all the security officers here present, and not forgetting our royal fathers. You're all welcome. And let me use my humble self to reach out to my fellow deputy governors here present, the press, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here on this very special occasion to represent my governor, His Excellency Dr. Alex Chioma Oti, OFR, the Executive Governor of Abia State. It is a great joy and profound gratitude to Almighty God that on behalf of His Excellency, the Governor of Abia State, Dr. Alex Chioma Oti, and the good people of Abia State, I warmly welcome Your Excellency, the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR. I salute the Chairman of this momentous summit, Your Excellency Dr. Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, GCFR, former President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the Senate President, Your Excellency Godswill Akpabio, and the governors of the 9 Niger Delta region. Again, I wish to very warmly welcome every participant of the Niger Delta Stakeholders Summit with the theme, Renewed Hope for Sustainable Development in the Niger Delta. This important summit is a major step towards galvanizing and harnessing the opinions and ideas of our people with a view to articulating them critically, and also the activities of the Niger Delta Commission, NDDC, the actors at the corridors of power, the deplorable state of our economy, and the development in the region despite huge annual budgetary allocation by the federal government. We are the obstacles that limit the growth, survival, and the entry of the enterprise in our region. Your Excellencies, distinguished participants, this summit provides us with the platform to query the position of the Niger Delta region in the development for keeping us in unwanted circles and profile possible solutions towards the present woes, capable of setting concrete development agenda. The paradigm shift is required from our usual individual and sole efforts to our economic collaboration and support. We must use this medium to make development the core goal and major focus of every activity in governance, devoid of partisan politics. I thank immensely the Managing Director, CEO of the Niger Delta Commission, and all who have engaged efforts to make this summit a success. I must celebrate the understanding, support, and cooperation of the governors in the region. As a government, we are willing to fast-track the acceleration of policy support, strength, and partnership to adopt agreed vision, strategies, and activities of the National Council of the Niger Delta and solutions of today's deliberation aimed at restoring the hope and the economy which will trigger the development of our region. May God bless the Niger Delta. May God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you.
Hello. Thank you very much. We appreciate you. Please, again, I want to appeal that when we come here, we restrict ourselves to the 2 minutes. Let's forget about protocols. Just go straight to your goodwill message. Sarah, please.
And to deliver the next goodwill message, may I respectfully invite His Excellency Pastor Umar Eno, Governor of Akwa Ibom State, ably represented by Her Excellency Senator Dr. Akon Eyank Eyi, Deputy Governor, Akwa Ibom State.
Thank you very much. The President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency Senator Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, here ably represented by a great son of the Niger Delta, a great son of the South-South, the uncommon and proud son of Akwa Ibom State, the Senate President of the 10th Assembly, His Excellency Distinguished Senator Godswill Obot Akpabio. Salute you, sir. And the chief host of this great gathering. Permit me to acknowledge my own boss, my former boss who gave me the opportunity to serve this nation as a federal minister. I'm talking about President Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, GCFR, and the chairman of the occasion. The National Assembly members, governors, and my colleagues, deputy governors, permit me to acknowledge everyone based on the earlier protocol established by the moderator. I stand here today to represent a great son of Akwa Ibom State, a man of humility, a man who understands the importance of unity, of working together with everyone, a man who knows the importance of touching the lives of the less privileged. The executive governor of Akwa Ibom State, Pastor Umar Basieno, who is out of the country on an official assignment, to bring in another aircraft in the Bomb Air Fleet to serve Nigeria. He had asked me to come here today to present his goodwill message, and so I seek for your permission to read the message from the governor of Akwa Ibom State. Let me, on behalf of the government and people of Akwa Ibom State, extend our warm wishes to the Managing Director, Dr. Samuel Uboku, PhD, and indeed the management and staff of the Niger Delta Development Commission for gathering the stakeholders of the region for this summit. I think this event is timely, and the theme, Renewed Hope for Sustainable Development in the Niger Delta, is apt. Permit me to specially commend the Managing Director for the new approach of inclusivity and collaborations he has engendered since becoming the Chief Executive of this agency. He has visited the governors of the region to engage them on areas of mutual cooperation, hence has de-emphasized political calculations in his dealings with the stakeholders of the region, relying on the mandates for which the agency was established and expected to execute, which still remains an interventionist agency to ensure development and sustainable growth of the oil-producing states of the Niger Delta. This, indeed, is a welcome development and a departure from the contentious and often zero-sum approach we had sadly been used to in the past. Akwa Ibom State will work collaboratively with the state government in the region to advance. As a region, the Niger a unified strategy that will drive development efforts going forward. Whilst I recognize the efforts of the Ministry of Niger Delta Affairs, the NDDC, the IOCs, multilateral agencies, international development partners, donor agencies, and other organizations in developing the region over the years. I'd like to quickly observe that the need for a harmonized strategy remains an overriding imperative for the sustainable growth and development of the Niger Delta region. We are hopeful that with this great assemblage of critical stakeholders and the theme of this engagement, all parties will strive to align themselves with the renewed hope agenda of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu GCFR and work closely together to bring sustainable development to the region. We must redouble our efforts to create jobs for our youth. We must train them in marketable skills, encourage them to absorb and develop entrepreneurial mindset so the restiveness may continue to dissipate. We must be conscious of environmental issues, the despoliation of our waterways and creeks, which has invariably affected the aquatic lifestyle of our people, thus affecting our blue economy. A fruitful and rewarding summit. God bless us all. Thank you.
God bless you too. Thank you, Your Excellency. Our love to His Excellency the Governor. Thank you. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the man that has been called the poster boy for the Renewed Hope agenda in terms of the team, the Honorable Minister for Interior, we are very happy to have you here, Mr. Olubunmi Tunji-Ojo. We welcome you to Port Harcourt. We welcome you to the Niger Delta. So let's come in here to invite the next speaker.
Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, still on the goodwill messages, I'd like to respectfully invite to deliver a goodwill message His Excellency Senator Hope Uzodinma, Governor of Imo State, Chairman, NDDC Advisory Committee, ably represented by Her Excellency Lady Chinyere Iwoma Ekomaru, PhD, Deputy Governor of Imo State.
Your Excellency, Mr. President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, ably represented by the Senate President, His Excellency, distinguished Senator Godswill Akpabio, Your Excellency, the former President of Nigeria, Dr. Godwin Goodluck Jonathan, GCON. May I crave your indulgence to stand on the existing protocol. Distinguished stakeholders, I bring you greetings from my progressive and performing governor, distinguished Senator Hope Uzodinma, Governor of Imo State. He is unavoidably absent and has sent me to represent him in this all-important summit. On behalf of my governor, we align completely with the renewed hope agenda of His Excellency, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, to see the success of the NDDC to achieve its sustainable developmental goals for the area. As we conclude this summit, we celebrate our collective achievements and recommit our shared vision for the Niger Delta region. May I, with deep sense of gratitude, thank the MD, CEO of NDDC, Chief Samuel Ogboku, PhD, the Chairman, Governing Board of NDDC, and all board members. God has used you and will continually use you to achieve all the desired developmental goals of NDDC. We of the 9 states of NDDC, all stakeholders are supportive, and His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR President, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, Federal Republic of Nigeria, trust you. So MD, keep it up with your team. We have gathered to reflect on our achievements, address our challenges. Let us forge ahead, harness our collective expertise, resources, and passion to drive sustainable development in the Niger Delta. Let us go forth with renewed purpose, unity, and hope. The future we desired is within our reach. In Jesus' mighty name, amen. Thank you for your presence and participation. God bless you.
Thank you very much. That was a goodwill message from the Governor of Imo State by his representative, the Deputy Governor. And so to deliver his goodwill message, may I respectfully invite all the way from the Sunshine State, the Governor of Ondo State, His Excellency Honorable Lucky O. Ayedatiwa.
letter O. Thank you. Presented by our own distinguished Senate President of the 10th Senate, His Excellency Senator Godswill Akpabio, CON. Let me also acknowledge you in your own capacity as an illustrious son of the region who is also here. Permit me also to acknowledge specially the man that I share some of his path with in terms of name, even though his own is good luck, my own is lucky. He was once a deputy governor and became governor. I also was once a deputy governor. Now I'm a governor. Who knows what is ahead? His Excellency Dr. Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, I recognize you specially. Let me also acknowledge the governor of Bayelsa State, who is also here in person. He's also a distinguished senator, Doyediri. I recognize you. All the other deputy governors that are representing the governors of the Niger Delta states, the distinguished senators, chairman of committees, the Honorable Minister of Niger Delta Affairs, all former ministers, former governors, all our distinguished people from Niger Delta region and our friends that are not ordinarily from Niger Delta but that are here with us to identify with us. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we, all of us from Niger Delta, we are very resilient and have very high hope that our region can be transformed for us to have a better living all along, considering the potentials, the natural resources that God has endowed us with. And therefore, commissions and bodies have been put together to harness all of these potentials so that policies can be formulated, programs and projects can be conceived and implemented for us to have a better living. And indeed, this has been on for many years. But the pace at which this transformation is coming has beginning to make a lot of our people to lose hope, to start getting weary, and some have already lost hope. But today, we have come into this conference that is themed Renewed Hope for Sustainable Development in the Niger Delta. If the initial hope has not been weakened, there won't be any need for it to be renewed. And I pray our hope will be renewed before we leave here today, so that we can still believe strongly in this vision for Niger Delta. And I want to commend the current management, the governing council and the management of Niger Delta Development Commission, and even Ministry of Niger Delta Affairs for what they have been doing since they came on board. So I feel deeply honored to be here today as a former commissioner of the Niger Delta Development Commission, NDDC, who represented Ondo State as commissioner between 2018 and 2019. Now the governor of Ondo State, and as one of the guests of honor at this auspicious gathering of the Niger Delta Development Commission Stakeholders Summit. The theme of this summit, renewed hope for sustainable development in the Niger Delta, is not only apposite, but essential as we navigate the complexities of development, not just in our region, but also in Nigeria, considering the current situation that we are in. This theme resonates deeply with me as it aligns with our administration's vision for Ondo State and the region. For us in Ondo State, we have implemented various initiatives aimed at promoting sustainable development, including investments in infrastructure, education, and healthcare. We have continued to prioritize environmental protection, job creation, and collaboration with private sector, recognizing their roles in driving economic growth, and part of what this current board has been doing. Niger Delta, with its vast natural resources and cultural richness, part of what we watched earlier in the opening, so I recognize the cultural group for that wonderful performance, has long been a cornerstone of Nigeria's economic engine. However, it is no secret that our region has also faced numerous challenges ranging from environmental degradation, economic disparity, social unrest, to mention a few. These issues have not only hindered our growth, but have also stifled the potential of our vibrant and industrious communities. But in the last 2 days and today, we gather here not for the usual talk shop regarding these challenges, but to chart a path forward, a path to renew our hope for sustainable development that guarantees a brighter future for our people in the region. While we continue with our discussions that will make us arrive at the strategic decisions that will guide the path to peace, progress, and prosperity for the Niger Delta people, we should not forget that the sustainable development in the Niger Delta is not a task for one entity, but a collective responsibility. Therefore, the synergy among the federal government, state governments, local communities, and private sector is crucial. We must foster a spirit of collaboration where every stakeholder of our communities and this current administration, leadership of NDCC, have been living true to that. It goes without saying that our greatest asset is our people. Therefore, education, healthcare, and skill acquisition and ICT must be at the forefront of our developmental agenda. We must invest in our youth, providing them with the innovate and lead. By focusing on human capital development, we create a foundation for long-term economic growth and stability. Furthermore, the environmental challenges in the Niger Delta are profound. Oil spills, gas flaring, sea incursions, and deforestation have left scars on our land and waterways. Sustainable development requires us to adopt environmentally friendly practices and invest in technologies that mitigate harm to our ecosystem. The NDDC must therefore prioritize projects that restore, preserve our environment while promoting green energy alternatives. My dear people of Niger Delta, while oil remains a critical component of our economy, it is imperative that we diversify our economic activities. Agriculture, tourism, and creative industries offer immense potentials for growth and employment. By diversifying our economy, we reduce our vulnerability to global oil price fluctuations and create more resilient communities. We all know that robust infrastructure is the backbone of any thriving economy. Roads, bridges, healthcare facilities, and schools are essential for the well-being of our people. The NDDC has made significant strides in this area, but more needs to be done. We must ensure that infrastructural projects are executed efficiently, transparently, and sustainably. And I say no more abandonment of projects as a result of change in leadership. Leadership, they say, is continuum. Above all, transparency and accountability are the bedrock of good governance. As stakeholders, especially political leaders, you have been accused earlier on that you caused the delay in the transformation agenda of Niger Delta. Public servants at the decision-making level, we must be worthy stewards of the resources entrusted to us. The Niger Delta States, Niger Delta Development Commission, and other critical stakeholders must continue to uphold the highest standards of integrity and ensure that funds are utilized for the purpose it was intended. By fostering a culture of accountability, we build trust and confidence among our people, and that is the only way their hope can be renewed. In conclusion, at the moment, we seemingly stand at a crossroad. The path we choose will determine the future of the Niger Delta. Let us embrace this renewed hope for sustainable development with a sense of urgency and commitment. Together, we can transform the Niger Delta faster than it is right now into a region of peace, prosperity, and a land of opportunity for all. Thank you for listening. God bless Niger Delta region, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Thank you. We appreciate you, Your Excellency, the Governor of Ondo State, Honorable Lucky Ayedatiwa. Thank you very much. Let me welcome here the former Governor of Cross River State. They call him the father of modern Cross River. If oil and gas is what defines the Niger Delta, the Calabar Festival is one of those things that is making the Niger Delta a tourism destination. His Excellency Donald Duke is here with us. We appreciate you, Your Excellency. Thank you very much. Also here with us is the Honorable Minister of State Petroleum Resources, Gas, His Excellency Ekperikpe Ekpo. is here with us. I welcome you tonight. Thank you very much. Thank you. So very quickly, before I go to His Excellency, the Governor of the Glory of All Lands, Bayelsa, who will be rounding up the arrangement for governors, let me quickly welcome here for 1 minute the country rep of the WHO World Health Organization. 1 minute. How are 3 people going to share 1 minute?
Your Excellency, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, ably represented by the Senate President, Senator Godswill Akpabio, the former President, His Excellency President Goodluck Jonathan, Your Excellencies, please permit me to stand on the protocol that has been established. I read this goodwill message on behalf of the WHO representative in Nigeria, Dr. Walter Kazadi Mulumbo. I will read his message. This historic event, the Niger Delta Development Commission Stakeholders Summit, with a theme Renewed Hope for Sustainable Development in the Niger Delta region. Firstly, we would like to congratulate the President and the Commander-in-Chief of the Federal Republic of Nigeria for sustaining the actualization of the common vision to build a viable future for all the people of Nigeria, especially the Niger Delta region, irrespective of socioeconomic status and geographic location. Our sincere appreciation goes to the executive governors of the impactful and transformational projects while fostering collaboration and establishing a renewed pathway towards sustained development in the region. The summit could not have come at a better time than now, when the global community has recommitted to achieving the Sustainable Development Goals by the year 2030. At this point, let me commend the NDDC board led by Mr. Chedu Ebi and the management led by the Managing Director, Dr. Samuel Obuku. Mr. President, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, with about 6 years to the 2030, evidence has shown that member states need to adopt a different approach towards accelerating actions despite signing up the various conventions to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals, particularly around poverty reduction, zero hunger, universal health coverage, quality education, climate change, clean water and sanitation, resolution of conflicts, reduction of inequalities, and life below water. Considering the unique context and terrain of the Niger Delta communities, WHO takes delight in the NDDC Regional Master Plan, which has prioritized health as an enabler for poverty reduction and economic development in the region. This has come more imperative as the double barrel of communicable and non-communicable diseases, including disease outbreaks, still linger and does not spare the 9 Niger Delta states. With an average state government expenditure of 1.8 per capita and out-of-pocket expenditure above 70%, many Niger Delta citizens still fall into poverty due to illness. The situation makes a case for radical reorientation and strategic investment in primary health care as the foundation of universal health coverage and the center of community development in the Niger Delta states. Consequently, the NDDC has finalized a partnership agreement with WHO to accelerate health coverage and financial risk protection for the poor and vulnerable populations towards achieving universal health coverage in the region. This project will be implemented in 3 phases. Firstly, to register, identify, register, authenticate, and provide credible data of poor and vulnerable people resident in the rural communities of the 9 states. Secondly, to enroll 1 million Niger Delta citizens into health insurance. And thirdly, to strengthen capacity for health security in the Niger Delta states. Mr. President, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, this project is expected to reduce the out-of-pocket payments within the Niger Delta states, also reduce maternal deaths, and also improve access to quality primary health care and strengthen health security to detect, notify, and respond to health threats. We in WHO are strengthened by the WHO Country Cooperation Strategy as a member state organization, in line with the Renewed Hope Agenda and the Health Sector Renewal Investment Initiative of the Federal Ministry of Health and Social Welfare, ably led by Professor Ali Pate. The World Health Organization is committed to providing technical support as guided and powered by the sector-wide approach, which seeks to reduce the hyperfragmentation within the health sector and align development assistance towards impact. Finally, Mr. President, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, WHO is confident that with this quality of discourse, exchange of ideas, and the collective resolve of the people and leaders of the Niger Delta region, this summit will be successful in the co-creation of sustainable solutions, harnessing the voices of the citizens, and ensuring accountability on critical issues that impact the region, such as health, environmental sustainability, economic diversification, infrastructure development, and social empowerment. We thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Country Rep of the WHO. I'd like to now call on the host governor to present his goodwill message. May we welcome His Excellency Sir Siminalayi Fubara, Grand Service Star of Rivers State, Governor of Rivers State, ably represented by Dr. George C. Nweke, FCA, MNI, Head of Service, Rivers State.
Good afternoon. I most humbly want to welcome the President of the nation, here represented by the Senate President, Senator Godswill Obot Akpabio. I also want to recognize the presence of our father here at the Niger Delta, former President Goodluck Ebele Jonathan. I also want to humbly appreciate the presence of the governors of the Niger Delta states and every person that is here in Rivers State. On behalf of the peace-loving governor of Rivers State, Sir Siminalayi Fubara, Grand Service Star of Rivers State, I welcome every person here warmly to the Garden City of Nigeria and headquarters of the oil industry. It is indeed with immense gratitude that I stand here on behalf of His Excellency at this summit focused on sustainable development of our beloved Niger Delta. The theme, Renewed Hope for Sustainable Development of the Niger Delta, captures our collective aspiration for progress and prosperity in this significant region. First, I want to extend the governor's heartfelt thanks to Mr. President for the timely decision to inaugurate the board of the Niger Delta Development Commission. This move surely underscores His Excellency's dedication to the growth and well-being of Niger Delta and also signals his commitment to addressing our region's challenges. For too long now, the Niger Delta region communities have continued to suffer from oil exploitation, resulting in severe ecological degradation and economic devastation. Our once thriving biodiversity is now overshadowed by pollution and neglect. It is only fair that the Nigerian nation prioritizes the rehabilitation and prosperity of the Niger Delta, given our immense contribution to the country's common wealth. We view with some concern some policies that are made that seem to sideline the interests of the people of the region. These include the relocation of some headquarters of major oil companies away from the Niger Delta. Such actions detract from our economic vibrancy and distance responsible parties from the consequences of oil exploitation. Our stance as a government is that any policy undermining the interest and development of the Niger Delta is not in the nation's best interest. Despite our challenges, the Niger Delta people remain among the most peaceful and hospitable people in Nigeria. Our resilience and commitment to peaceful coexistence are evident. This summit highlights our dedication to collaborative growth, showcasing our unified voice for sustainable development. I sincerely commend the organizers for this initiative and stress the importance of collaboration among the Niger Delta states. Only through concerted efforts can we achieve lasting progress. The NDDC's role is crucial, and it must work closely with each state, ensuring that projects are locally initiated and not dumped on the people. This is the only way we can ensure that those projects become sustainable. To the resident people of the Niger Delta, I assure you of the unwavering support of the Rivers State government. We stand united in our commitment to any action and advances that can advance our region's development. Let us remain steadfast and work collaboratively towards a brighter future. I want to re-echo the Minister of Niger Delta's call for honesty, peace, and unity in our pursuit of accelerated development. Let us embrace this opportunity given by this summit to shape our destiny and renew the hope of our communities. Rivers State pledges unwavering support for any initiative that propels our region forward. Thank you, and may Niger Delta continue to shine as a cornerstone of progress and hope for our great. As I wish you a warm welcome to Port Harcourt, the headquarters of Nigeria oil industry, I pray that God will guide us through this summit and that will come with very useful decisions. Thank you, and God bless you.
He is the head of the civil service of Rivers State, representing His Excellency, the Governor of Rivers State. And also here with us, I'd like to welcome the Chairman House Committee on NDDC, Honorable Eriateke Iborisheun, that is here with us. We welcome you. Very quickly, let me welcome here a man that knows while oil and gas is contributing close to 90% of Nigeria's foreign exchange, making the Niger Delta the wealthiest in West Africa, he also realizes that there's life beyond oil. I'd like to welcome here the former governor of Cross River State, His Excellency Donald Duke.
Excellencies, may I have for the former governors who are here, Adams? I'm not inviting the former president. I know he was a former governor, but I'm not inviting him here. Your Excellencies, host, the former president, various governors, past serving, all gathered here, your honorable ministers, members of the National Assembly. Let me thank you, and I speak on behalf of us here. Let me thank you for the NDDC for this summit, which is really a reflection of where the commission is going. Our zone produces hydrocarbons, but that is not what it's all about. Indeed, our nation is blessed with resources in various forms, in mineral resources and human resources. But the focus, I believe, of the Niger Delta Development Commission ought to be the people, the productivity of the people. Yes, we have the hydrocarbons. Yes, we're probably one of the most developed in terms of mineral resources in the region and perhaps in all of West Africa. But all that means nothing if the people themselves are not productive. And therefore, this summit, I believe, ought to address those issues that have to deal with the productivity of the people of the region, the productivity of its citizens. And what could be done to enhance that will be basically skills acquisition, education, health, and infrastructure. I also would like, and I believe that as former governors, we appreciate this very much, the need to coordinate between the commission and the states so that we don't have a duplication of projects. Governors want to know what you're doing. You're an intervention agency. You're not to take over the responsibility of the government of each of these states, but intervene in specific areas. And so as an intervention agency, you've got to speak consistently with the government of the state, with the governors of this state, so that they could also advise you where they need your intervention. And the plethora of abandoned projects will probably cease because each time a new management comes in, the focus changes. Having said this, let me also advise. The NDDC as an intervention agency cannot be everything to everyone. You must have a focus that makes an impact, right? Doing things outside of scope because people come to you and put pressure on you, we want this, we want this. The needs of human beings will never end. But if you're focused, like I said earlier on education, on skills acquisition, on health, on infrastructure, you would make an impact that is visible. When we start going to other areas and there's no end to what we can do or what the requirements of our people are, then we have a challenge. So again, I want to congratulate all of you, the board and management of NDDC. Keep it alive. It is the work you do that will justify your existence. Because in certain quarters, people question, do we really need an NDDC? Yes, we need an NDDC if that NDDC makes the impact that it was set up to. You are not the first agency within the region. We've had OMPADEC, we've had several. Indeed, from independence, we've had one agency or the other dealing with these issues. But the needs are greater. Today, the requirements of our people in the...
Amazing man. Amazing man. We have the former governor of Cross River State, Donald Duke, the countryman governor, former governor of Bayelsa State, Siraki Dixon, and the former governor of Edo State, now a senator, and a very vibrant one at that, Comrade Adam Oshiomhole. Right Honorable Peter Ode is also here with us. We welcome you tonight, this afternoon. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, if you need to trace the history of oil in Nigeria, Oloibiri 1957 will come to mind. That is why Bayelsa State is known as the glory of our lands. Because from there, 90% of Nigeria's exchange is coming from there. From there, Niger Delta is known as the richest region in West Africa. He's here with us, His Excellency the Governor of Bayelsa State. I'd like to welcome His Excellency Senator Joye Diri.
Your Excellency, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR here ably represented by a son of the Niger Delta, the Senate President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Senator Godswill Akpabio. Your Excellency, my leader, the former President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Dr. Goodluck Ebele Jonathan. Your Excellency, my dear colleagues, governors who are here present, members of the National Assembly, in particular, let me take the liberty to recognize my immediate predecessor who handed over the reins of power to me, His Excellency Senator Henry Serake Dixon. Dr. Samuel Ogbuku, the MD and the CEO and management, and members, chairman and members of the board, stakeholders, invited guests, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen. First, I'd like to thank the Niger Delta Development Commission for the thought of this conference. And this has given some ray of hope that that body is not dead. And this will bring again our desire of our region to develop faster than the way it is today. Let me also use the opportunity to appreciate the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria for prioritizing the Niger Delta by appointing a board on time and a management team on time. We have also witnessed recently the construction of the coastal road that is going to run from Lagos to Calabar. I want to appreciate and thank the President for that. However, I'd like to appeal that as the construction is commencing from Lagos, let it also have a concurrent commencement from the Calabar axis of the road. Our region is in dire need of development. Everything has been said by everybody here. And for me, that is just one thing that I will say. Prior to today, the journey between Yenagoa and Port Harcourt is either 1.5 hours or 1 hour. For those of us who even come with a convoy, 1 hour you are in Port Harcourt. But today, I traveled 4 hours between Yenagoa and Port Harcourt. Our people are suffering. That road has collapsed. So while we appreciate Mr. President for the coastal road, there is need to immediately go into the east-west road. If that contractor does not have the capacity, please, Mr. President, hand over that road to the Niger Delta Development Commission. I was arranged to travel by air, and I told myself, those who are traveling on that road are Rivers people, are Bayelsa people, are Niger Delta people. And if they are suffering, let me go and see their suffering. Particularly to our own son who is here representing Mr. President, to take this message to the President and let them act fast on the east-west road. Thank you and God bless you all.
Thank you very much. That was the governor of Bayelsa State, the glory of all lands. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, there's no denying the fact that security plays a very vital role in our society. In this stead, may I therefore invite to give a goodwill message on behalf of Service Chiefs, General Christopher Gwabin Musa, OFR, Chief of Defense Staff.
Thank you very much. It's indeed a great pleasure and an honor for me to be here, standing on behalf of myself, the service chiefs, and all members of the security forces working daily, tirelessly, to ensure that we restore peace and security within our dear country, especially our own dear Niger Delta region. Permit me to stand on the already established protocols. The Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, ably represented by our own uncommon Senate President with an uncommon leadership. I stand here highly privileged to support this wonderful summit because I know it is over time, it is due, and it is necessary to be held at this time. So I congratulate members of the NDDC for putting this together. I see the area of great individuals of timber and caliber that are here to show the love everyone has for the Niger Delta. It is indeed with great pleasure and honor that I extend my warmest greetings to you all on this auspicious occasion of the Niger Delta Stakeholder Summit. I am humbled to address this gathering of well-meaning Nigerians under the auspices of the Niger Delta Development Commission. Let me firstly commend the Commission for organizing this summit and for all its efforts towards nation building over the years. The theme of this summit, Renewed Hope for Sustainable Development in the Niger Delta, is apt and demonstrates the drive to translate the renewed hope agenda of Mr. President into a pragmatic and enduring socio-economic development for the Niger Delta region and our beloved country. As the Chief of Defense Staff, I stand here before you with a pledge of unwavering support and dedication to the development and prosperity of the Niger Delta. Our region is blessed with abundant natural resources, but we are also faced with unique challenges that have hindered our progress. It is time for us to come together and forge a path towards sustainable development that will benefit generations to come. We owe this as a duty. My presence here today exemplifies the synergy that currently exists between the Commission, the good people of the Niger Delta, and the Armed Forces of Nigeria, which is key for solving the socio-economic challenges existing in the region. This summit will therefore further strengthening the existing synergy and aligns with the people-centric pillar of my leadership philosophy as the Chief of Defense Staff. We cannot do it without the people. As we all know, the Niger Delta is critical to Nigeria's prosperity as the mainstay of the country's economy. Hence, the need to ensure a stable and secure across the region to foster socio-economic development and prosperity. This perception clearly entails a whole of society approach where citizens must give their required attention to meaningful development, various aspects of our society, and solve our collective challenges. In this regard, the military has achieved more in recent times through better collaboration with the citizens of the Niger Delta. It is therefore my conviction that this summit will provide the much-needed avenue for the Niger Delta Development Commission to interact with other experts, partners, and stakeholders to provide actionable solutions to the challenges confronting the region. On this note, let me once again applaud the organizers of this event for providing a forum for intellectual discourse and enabling such distinguished personalities and erudite resource persons. The quality of the audience here today points to the good work of the Commission. I therefore have no doubt that this summit will be very thought-provoking with insightful perspectives. I want to also employ us all to remain loyal to constituted authorities and be patriotic to our great nation, Nigeria. There is so much that we can do. In closing, I express the hope for sustainable development in the Niger Delta. Let me also express our profound gratitude to the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of Nigeria, security agencies. The Armed Forces of Nigeria shall continue to uphold the peace and security of the Niger Delta region and the nation at large. Wishing you all a successful and fruitful summit. Thank you and God bless you all.
Thank you very much. The Chief of Defense Staff underlining the importance of security as we begin to use the oil and gas of the region for the development of the region and providing sustainable livelihood for the people. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, also in our mix here is a very prominent son of the soil, the Alabo of Ediabali, Alhaji Mujahid Asari Dokubo is here with us. I welcome you. Thank you very much. An activist, environmentalist, and a lover of his region. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, very quickly to step forward here is the Chairman House Committee on NDDC, Federal House of Representatives, Honorable Eriateke Ibori Sheung. Oh, Honorable Leko is representing. I welcome you. That's the grandson of Tafawa Balewa stepping up to the stage. I welcome you.
Thank you. His Excellency, the President of Federal Republic of Nigeria, ably represented by the uncommon President and the uncommon Chairman of the National Assembly, His Excellency Sir Godwill Akpabio. Permit me also to acknowledge one of the finest and humble president Nigerian ever have, His Excellency, our father, Sir Goodluck Ebele Jonathan. Other highly respected invited guests, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, permit me to adopt the already existing established protocol. Well, for me, for the past 1 year, the NDDC has invited us over 6 times to commission multi-billions naira project. aside from the number of youth that they sponsored to study in different countries abroad. For that, I declare myself a friend of Niger Delta. Secondly, I want to congratulate the people of Niger Delta and also appreciate the President, His Excellency Ahmed Bola Tinubu, for choosing a committed Nigerians to lead this board. We must acknowledge, before now, the NDDC was struggling, but when this committed board management members came in, they brought back NDDC to life. And this is achievable because of the relationship, the collaboration, the support, and dedication the 10th National Assembly has. At this point, I will request you to thank specifically His Excellency the Senate President, Sir Godswill Akpabio, and my Speaker, Dr. Tajuddin Abbas, for their commitment and support to this very noble commission. I'm standing in here to give a goodwill message of my leader, the Speaker of the 10th National Assembly, His Excellency Dr. Tajuddin Abbas, and my dear Chairman, Right Honorable Take Swenu Ibori. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I want to begin by expressing my heartfelt gratitude to, first of all, God Almighty and the organizers of this very, very important summit for their dedication, hard work in bringing us all together. It is a honor to be here among such distinguished Nigerians and stakeholders today. We gathered to share a vision and commitment to address this vital region, unique challenges and opportunities. This summit is not only laudable, but is timely as it offers stakeholders strategic succession and challenges of the region of the Niger Delta, rich in resources and cultural heritage, stand at a pivotal point in this development journey. The choice of the theme of the event, Renew Hope for Sustainable Development in the Niger Delta, is more apt and will stir the robust conversation around the renewed hope agenda of His Excellency President Ahmed Bola Tinubu. As we are engaging in meaningful discussion, remember our collective responsibility to ensure sustainable development, social equity, economic perspective for all inhabitants of the Niger Delta region. I look forward to the productive conversation ahead, to the collaborative effort that will drive us forward to a brighter future of Niger Delta. Thank you. God bless you. God bless the Niger Delta, and God bless the Nigerian Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And to put a cap on this session of goodwill messages, may I have the singular honor and privilege to invite to give his goodwill message the Chairman, Senate Committee on NDDC, Senator Asukwo Ekpeyong.
Thank you. The President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, here represented by His Excellency Godswill Obodo Akpabio, President of the 10th Senate, the former President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Dr. Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, Your Excellencies, Governors, former Governors, distinguished Senators, members of the House of Representatives, ladies and gentlemen, it is with great pleasure that I welcome you to this very important summit. As stakeholders in the region, it is crucial that we continuously congregate at forums such as this to evaluate the progress being made towards entrenching peace and sustainable development in the region. I think that it is also important that we acknowledge the role being played by the administration of His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, who has displayed a resolute commitment to the development of the Niger Delta. This administration has made commendable efforts towards addressing some of the challenges that have plagued our region for years. We encourage the President to do even more, as the benefits to be accrued from putting a complete end to the restiveness in the Niger Delta are immense. This includes the attraction of urgently needed investments into the region from both foreign and domestic investors, resulting in economic growth for both the region and the country as a whole. I cannot also fail to mention the role being played by the Niger Delta Development Commission in achieving peace in the region. The board and management, being led by two gentlemen of the highest repute, Mr. Chiedu Ebie and Dr. Samuel Ogbuku, has already achieved so much in a short time. Working together with my colleagues from the Senate Committee on NDDC, for the first time in several years, the NDDC will be operating a budget approved by the National Assembly. This document will undoubtedly provide the requisite legislative backbone for laudable achievements in the fiscal year ahead. We are all witness to the spree of legacy projects from previous eras being completed. We are all witness with the addition of new projects and programs. I am positive that the year ahead will be a transformative one for our region. In conclusion, I would like to express my gratitude to everyone who has made this event possible. Your commitment and dedication are invaluable. I pray that this platform will provide the source for robust and meaningful discussion, which will translate into tangible benefits for the Niger Delta region. Thank you, and I wish you the most fruitful deliberations. God bless you.
Thank you very much, Senator Ekpeyong. We appreciate you. Thank you very much. Very quickly, we'll now move into our keynote papers, and I've had discussion with the presenters. The representative of Dr. Tony Elumelu have agreed to do 5 minutes. The professor, we are still dragging between 7 and 10, but I'm very sure he will oblige all of us and do 7 minutes. So without much ado, let me welcome here the CEO of Hares Energies, part of the Hares Holdings family, representing the chairman of Hares Holdings, the chairman of UBA, the chairman of Tony Elumelu Foundation. Here we have Engineer Osanyede Gerhon, who has agreed to do 5 minutes, or maybe he might reduce to 3.
Your Excellency, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, herewith represented by Senator Godswill Akpabio, CON, the President of the Senate, Your Excellency, Dr. Goodluck Jonathan, we congratulate the board and the management of the Niger Delta Development Commission, NDDC, for hosting this Epoch Summit to deliberate on the Niger Delta, the renewed hope agenda of our dear President, President Tinubu, and how this agenda will bring sustainable development to the region. As many of you may know, Mr. Elumelu hails from Delta State and is a passionate believer in the tremendous potential of the Niger Delta and its people. Being a Edo myself, I am quite pleased to be given this opportunity to give our reflections on the important theme. The Renewed Hope Agenda is a transformative platform of our dear President that is hinged on a number of pillars, one of which is development. This summit theme, therefore, of renewed hope for sustainable development in the Niger Delta resonates deeply with us because for too long, the story of the Niger Delta has been one of unfulfilled potential, environmental degradation, and economic exclusion. And we believe that a new chapter in the long story is being written, one defined by more sustainable growth, shared prosperity, and empowered communities. The Renewed Hope agenda of Mr. President, therefore, is pivotal to the advancement of sustainable development of the Niger Delta on many fronts. As a key private sector player, at Health Holdings, we are deeply committed to driving sustainable development and creating shared prosperity across Africa, across Nigeria, and across Niger Delta. To date, our companies employ over 40,000 people in more than 20 African countries. Here in the Niger Delta, the heartland of oil and gas industry, we are demonstrating our dedication to the region through our strategic investments and operations. Significantly, our oil and gas subsidiary, Hess Energies Limited, which I manage, operates the OML 17 in Rivers State, and most notably, 100% of the gas we produce is channeled into the domestic market, providing critical supply to power industries, hospitals, homes, and schools across the region. In the power sector, Transcore, one of our groups, operates two significant plants in the Niger Delta, the Ughelli Power Plant in Delta State and the Transafan Power Plant here in Rivers State. With a combined capacity of about 3,000 megawatts, these investments are strategically positioned to transform lives by expanding access to reliable and affordable electricity. Our business investments demonstrate our belief that indigenous companies like ours have a unique role and responsibility to contributing to the Niger Delta's growth and prosperity, and we are proud to be leading by example. Beyond our business activities, the Tony Elumelu Foundation has to date empowered over 15,000 young African entrepreneurs, including thousands here in the Niger Delta, providing them with the capital and the training to launch and grow their businesses. Personally, heading our oil and gas investments, I've had the privilege of working closely with Mr. Elumelu, witnessing his vision and passion for driving Africa's growth through entrepreneurship and private sector innovation. He always emphasizes that whilst private sector has a vital role, it cannot succeed in isolation. Systemic challenges from infrastructure deficits to skills gaps to a difficult business environment can stifle even the most promising entrepreneurial spirits. This situation is evident in the Niger Delta, where we have been grappling with many challenges over the years, including poverty, environmental degradation, social unrest, and an over-reliance on oil and gas. However, we have an unshaken belief that a new future is possible for the Niger Delta, a future where every person can have a decent life, access to quality fundamentals of life, food, shelter, healthcare, education, etc., and can be engaged economically, where local businesses can thrive and grow, where communities are healthy, peaceful, and resilient, and where the benefits of the region's vast resources are shared equitably. Achieving this vision will not be easy. It will require all of us, government, agencies like NDDC, the business sector, civil society, and communities to work together in new ways. It will demand sustained commitment, innovative thinking, and difficult compromise. We have seen where determined leaders and engaged citizens come together to transform even the most challenging circumstances. With the right policies, investments, and partnerships, we can build an economy in the Niger Delta that is diverse, inclusive, and sustainable, an economy that creates opportunity for all. So beyond Mr. President's agenda itself, renewed hope is a clarion call to all stakeholders that we should rekindle our interest and intellect, that we should show up our courage and the resilience that we are known for as Nigerians, that we should face the tasks at hand with resolve and enthusiasm, and with a clear conviction that the challenges of sustainably developing the Delta is possible. We must renew the hope of our people. We at Hess Holdings are key parties and partners in this effort to build a just, prosperous, and more peaceful future for the Niger Delta and all its peoples. So, as sons of the Niger Delta, we are energized by the dynamism, creativity, and resilience we see every day in our young people. With the right support and opportunities, we truly believe they will become the drivers of the region's rebirth and renewal. So together, let's seize the opportunity to make the Niger Delta the pride of Nigeria and of the world. My appreciation once again to NEDC for putting this together. Thank you, and God bless Nigeria.
Thank you very much. Please extend our love and regards to Dr. Tony Elumelu, Chairman of Hess Holdings, Chairman UBA, and the founder of Tony Elumelu Foundation that has committed over $100 million into empowering the youth of Africa. He is a man who is pioneering what is called Afri-capitalism, ensuring that Africa becomes very entrepreneurial. Thank you very much, and regards to him. Let me welcome here Sir Michael Kiro, former Inspector General of Police, and also here with us is the national chairman of the founding fathers of UNPADEC and NDDC. He's also the author of the blueprints of the two organizations. Chief Professor Jasper Jumbo JP is here with us. We welcome you. Thank you very much. Our final keynote paper, and as I said, Prof has agreed to do it in 7. The representative of Tony Elumelu did it in 6.5. You will pay for the additional 1.5 minutes. But let me welcome here the Director General, Nigerian Institute of International Affairs, Professor Ehosa Osage. He's a professor, and he assured me that he will deliver in 7 minutes. Prof, please. Let's appreciate him as he steps forward here. I will not count the number of minutes it takes you to get to this place. When you get to the podium, your 7 minutes start counting. I welcome you, Prof.
Your Excellencies, Your Excellency, the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, Your Excellency, President Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, GCFR, Your Excellency, the distinguished President of Senate, Chief Godswill Akpabio, Your Excellencies, the governors and deputy governors here, let me thank the NDDC for this privilege to be here to deliver what has been termed a keynote address. This keynote is going to be very short. We're in the process of negotiation, and the MC has foreclosed any further negotiation by imposing on me 7 minutes. But I'm going to exercise my right to further negotiation and extend this to 10 minutes. I hope you don't mind. What I'm going to try to do is to place all that we are doing in very clear perspective. And I'm going to bring some conceptual frames to help us analyze and understand the issues of a stakeholder summit. I'm going to apply 2 critical lenses that have been developed for instances and situations like this, so we can all be better informed. The first is the characterization of economies of countries such as ours that suffer from the crisis of extraversion, that is, the crisis of being so externally influenced. And you know, as a vulnerable economy, we've been characterized as an economy of the cycle of the boom and bust. When we experience a boom, such as we've had with our oil resources, the country is affluent. When we experience a burst, such as we're presently experiencing, the country is constricted and we have very few options to deal with. But the good news is that when you get constricted and you are able to manage and pull through that whole process, through the kinds of things that we are presently doing in our country, you lay the foundations for what you can then regard as sustainable development. And I think that the summary of that is we should, by all means, look for ways of moving from an economy that is dependent, an economy that is export and import based, i.e. a trading outpost, to an economy that is productive. And therefore, I think that the NDDC has a role to play as one of the pillars of growth in this direction. I will conclude in a minute on what I mean. The second critical lens comes from the concept of resource curse. I'm sure that many of us have heard about the resource curse, whose origins lie in what is also known as the Dutch disease. That is, when countries go into windfall situations, such as we have experienced with our oil and gas resources, they tend to become less productive, and then you have, rather than the blessing and the prosperity that should come, you have adverse consequences, which is why the resource then becomes a curse. In the case of the Niger Delta, many people don't remember that we have had, for over 160 years, the oil wars in the Niger Delta. In 2011, Professor Tekena Tamuno, a foremost Nigerian historian and the great son of the Niger Delta, wrote a book on the oil wars in the Niger Delta between the year 1894 and the year 2009. In that book, he has chronicled all of the wars that have happened because of oil. Today, we think of oil only in terms of crude oil and gas. But Professor Tamuno, together with Professor Alagwa and all those that have researched and interrogated the trajectories and the sufferings of the Niger Delta, remind us that going back to the days of the Akasa rebellion, going back to the days of Obavorame in Benin and so on, it's always been about oil. The precursor to oil in this era was, of course, oil palm, and that was a big problem. It is not for nothing, therefore, that the original name for what is today Niger Delta was the Oil River Protectorate. This was the name between 1893 and 1894. So today, the Niger Delta is in the throes of the resource curse. And this was highlighted in the Wheeling Commission's report of 1958 that talked about the peculiarity but the greater difficulty of dealing with the developmental trajectories and challenges of the Niger Delta. It was the Wheeling Commission, otherwise known as the Minorities Commission report, that first recommended the establishment of a special agency to deal with issues of the Niger Delta, which again was similar to the NDDC. And all that we've done through UNPADEC, through all of these things leading on to today's NDDC, have followed what the Wheeling Commission recommended. Now, what does this mean for us? What is the nature of this resource curse? This resource curse has driven us to the extremes of environmental degradation, has put us at the greatest exploitative levels, globally and locally. And this resource curse has been worsened in most recent times because of the challenges of climate change and energy transition, and so on. Now, where does this leave us? I want to suggest to us that our resource curse in the Niger Delta can be summarized in terms of the fact that this has been a region of sorrow, of tears, and of blood. So all of the movements, the resistance movements, the kinds of things that have gone on, all of them summarize the history of the progressive struggles that have characterized the Niger Delta. But the curse in all of these struggles is the fact that the Niger Delta has become ever more divided. Today we talk about stakeholders. You would ask, who are the stakeholders? And how are they to be defined and understood? And I think, that you will find that there are conflicting representational constituencies, several groups claiming to represent voices in the Niger Delta, and all of them struggling for supremacy. The significance of this stakeholder summit is not to be lost. It actually is the Niger Delta and whose stakeholding is all this about. And I think that for good effect, one of the things that we saw from the Petroleum Industry Act is the role of popular participation in the work of development in the Niger Delta. This is also underscored in the Niger Delta Master Plan that the NDDC itself produced and is still using. Now, that master plan talks about the centrality of the people and the need for collective ownership of this whole enterprise. So I want to suggest to us that the NDDC has a primary responsibility against the backdrop of the Renewed Hope agenda to ensure that the Niger Delta is properly positioned, has the foundation laid for sustainable development along a couple of lines. The first is knowing that knowledge rules the world. The NDDC must now begin to think of how to incubate knowledge and ensure that the people are properly capacitated. I think here that the youths of this region would need to move away from an entitlement culture to a culture of self-reliance, a culture of resilience, and a culture of productivity. That's a transition that will come from the emphasis on knowledge. And in this regard, I'd like to recommend that the NDDC should consider having hubs, creating hubs for research and development, R&D, that will drive this process in the Niger Delta. Let me say that the Niger Delta needs more schools and needs to increase its levels of literacy. We must invest in education, primary education and secondary education, and of course, university education, which will be the summit of what we are doing. It's a good thing that the WHO's representative came before us today to also talk about the centrality of health. The people need good health. Their well-being is the primary responsibility of the state. So, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I want to suggest to the NDDC that you need now to extend the frontiers of intervention to include peace building and conflict management. I think, that the PIA, that is the Petroleum Industry Act, is very clear on this, that as we have these constituencies and constituency projects to bring them fully back in, we must also devote resources to conflict management and to peace building. Finally, we must recognize that the Niger Delta is challenged by the transition of a boom and bust economy. And as I began saying, this is the foundation that the Renewed Hope agenda is laying, and I hope that the NDDC will become one of the anchors for a transformatory economy that will move our economy from its vulnerabilities and its extraversion crisis to the point of the development that we so urgently need. Thank you, Your Excellencies. But in closing, let me especially greet my own leader. I've seen people coming here to say, this is my governor, and so on. I want to especially salute Comrade Adams Aliyu Oshomole, my governor, who continues to let us all know that knowledge leads the way. Thank you, sir.
And Professor, you did well. You did only 8 minutes. Thank you very much. I'd like to welcome here the Director General and CEO of SMEDAN, Dr. Charles Odi is here with us, and also Senator Monday Okpebolo, APC governorship candidate in Edo State, and Chairman, Senate Committee on Public Procurement is also here with us.
Thank you very much. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, to give his remark, may I respectfully invite the Honorable Minister, Ministry of Niger Delta Development, Honorable Engineer Abubakar Momo, Fellow Nigerian Society of Engineers.
The President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Ahmed Bola Tinubu, GCFR, here ably represented by the President of the Senate, President Godswill Akpabio, the common President of the Senate. The former President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Dr. Jonathan Goodluck, GCFR. Let me adopt the already existing protocol so that we don't waste too much time. It is with a profound gratitude and a deep sense of responsibility that I stand before you today as we gather for the 2024 Niger Delta Summit here in the vibrant city of Port Harcourt. The theme of this summit, Renew Hope for Sustainable Development in the Niger Delta, is not just a slogan, but a call to action, an urgent appeal for collective effort and innovation. The theme also largely coincides with the mantra of the present administration of President Ahmed Bola Tinubu, GCFR, Renew Hope Agenda, which is anchored on 8 presidential priorities and focus areas of economic reform, peace and prosperity, food security, sustainable development, infrastructure and transportation, due to issues of corruption, conflict, and weak governance structures or institutions. This has resulted in prevalence of infrastructure, environmental, socio-economic challenges, making many scholars to tag the region as wealth of sorrow, poverty in midst of plenty, paradox of plenty, or resource cost. Notwithstanding the challenges, today we are presented with another huge opportunity, a renewed hope to change the narrative of the Niger Delta region. We are all aware that the path to sustainable development is multifaceted and requires us to address a range of issues, from environmental sustainability and economic diversification to infrastructural development and social inclusion. As we commence the process of initiating critical decisions and steps towards building a greater Niger Delta, let us not forget that our commitment is not required now than ever. Let us not forget that our commitment is more required now than ever before to change the narrative. The Niger Delta has long been the backbone of Nigeria's economy, primarily due to its enormous oil and gas reserves. However, this has come at a significant environmental cost in the region. Our rivers, forests, and lands have suffered. The livelihoods of many communities have also been negatively affected. As we move forward, it is imperative that we adopt greener practices and technologies that minimize environmental impact. We must invest in cleaning up our ecosystem and ensuring that future development is environmentally sound and friendly. Let me assure you that this government, that is the government of President Ahmed Tinubu, is committed to efficient and lasting cleanup of hydrocarbon pollution of Niger Delta. The Ogoni cleanup, being coordinated by the Federal Ministry of Environment through hydrocarbon pollution remediation project, is one of the initiatives of federal government. Moreover, the ministry and the NDDC 2024 budgets have also strengthened to address numerous issues in the region through well-coordinated remediation and rehabilitation programs. This effort is set out to sustain the trajectory of the federal government. Similarly, the government's commitment to cleaner energy by encouraging the adoption of compressed natural gas is a testament to our commitment on zero pollution in our environment. Let me therefore add, for us to attain sustainable development in the Niger Delta region, it is no longer feasible to rely solely on oil. We must diversify our economy by investing in agriculture, tourism, manufacturing, and technology. The youth of Niger Delta are brimming with potential, and it is our duty to provide them with the opportunities and requisite tools they need to thrive. By fostering entrepreneurship and innovation, we can create a vibrant and resilient economy that benefits all. We must also leverage on our areas of cooperative advantage to trigger the desired outcomes that would empower and enrich our people for better living in the region. For example, crayfish farming and fish farming is a huge international business. I think these are areas which both the NDDC and other agencies operating in Niger Delta region, such as the Niger Delta River Basin Authority, must also look into in order to ensure that the economy of Niger Delta is diversified. And in doing so, I think it's very important that there must be a synergy or a collaboration between NDDC and most of the agencies that are operating in Niger Delta region. Like I said earlier, Niger Delta has no reason to be poor with the number of government agencies that are charged with the responsibility to see to the overall development. I think this is an opportunity for us to tell ourselves or ask ourselves whether we are doing very well. Today, in Niger Delta, we have the Niger Delta River Basin Development Authority. We have Benin Owena River Basin Development Authority. We have the Local Content Development Board. We have hydrocarbon remediation project, and a number of others, including the NDDC. Some of these agencies, if they work together, I think it will be better for us. And in addition to, with the resources available to the various state governments and local government, they must partner with all these agencies in order to bring meaningful development to the people of Niger Delta. Niger Delta is blessed with a long coastal, beautiful beaches and rich aqua bodies. We must strive to utilize and actualize our tourism and blue economy potentials. This will attract greater investment, which will translate to more revenues from more job openings and enhancement of social cohesion in the Niger Delta. It is an axiomatic fact that when our youths are gainfully engaged, the tendency to crime and social vices will definitely reduce. I think that should be our focus, youth empowerment and training, so that the criminal activities that are noticed here and there will be drastically reduced. Reliable infrastructure is the backbone of any traveling region. Road, bridges, schools, and healthcare facilities are very, very essential for the well-being of the people. The Ministry of Niger Delta Development is committed to accelerating the pace of infrastructure projects across the region. I have also signed a performance board with the current leadership of NDDC to see to the realization of improving the goals in Niger Delta region. Let me now use this opportunity to say that for me, I'm quite happy with what the management of NDDC is doing today. And if you want somebody who can write the report, I am the authority to do so. And I want to say it openly here that I'm impressed with what they are doing, and it is possible for them to do what they are doing because from the top to their level, they are given the free hand to operate. For instance, our president, President Ahmed Bola Tinubu, does not interfere in the activities, so also myself as the Minister of Niger Delta. And we have also said that this is the very first time where the management and the board, they are working together. And perhaps it's as a result of the fact that when they were sworn in, I made it clear to them that the only reason by which government can send you packing is when there's conflict, that is if you are not working together. But I'm very glad that today, both the management and the board, they are working together. And as long as you are doing so, I'm sure you have every time for yourself to do more in the region. Reliable infrastructure, like I said, is the backbone of any thriving region. Let me use this opportunity to assure you that I will ensure that all targeted projects and programs to attain development are completed efficiently and sustainably to reduce the stock of abandoned projects in the region. Let me, at this juncture, make a brief remark, because today, when the former president was talking, he did mention of abandoned projects here and there in the Niger Delta region. Of course, nobody can say he's very happy with what is happening today. If you go to all the states across the Niger Delta region, you see abandoned projects here and there. What we did when we took over was to approach the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria to say, with all these avalanche of projects abandoned here and there, and with the little resources available to government, how do we get all these projects completed? In his own wisdom, Mr. President Ahmed Bola Tinubu, GCFR, said the best he can do for you in the Niger Delta region is to assist you to raise loans to complete this project, so that in the matter of 3-4 years, majority of these legacy projects that are abandoned here and there will be completed. That is the more reason this year you discover that the NDDC project, which is currently in the National Assembly, is completely different from what it used to be. Many people say, oh, 1.something trillion. That 1 trillion there is the loan component which Mr. President has graciously accepted that is going to assist in raising for NDDC in order to identify those legacy projects and get them completed. And I'm also, I think it's also very important to let you know that before now, the NDDC has gone around the various states to identify some of these projects. And by the grace of God, once the National Assembly passed this budget, you will see drastic changes in the Niger Delta region. And I hope we all give them the necessary support in order to be able to actualize this. I think because time is running very short, let me quickly abridge my discussion by making references to some of the issues that have been raised today. Because the former president also talked of the issue of pressure on the NDDC. It is a fact that the problem we have in NDDC in the past is that there have been tremendous political pressure that tend to make the management and the board not to perform maximally. But this time around, it's not that the pressure is not there, but gradually it's being minimized. Today, I think across the regions of Nigeria, we started to see regional commissions. We have Northeast, we also have other districts. So with that, I'm sure most of the external pressure will also be reduced. And we also talk to our people here in the Niger Delta region to always come up with very vibrant projects that can help to assist in development in the region, rather than putting pressure on those things that are not tangible. Finally, on the East-West Road, let me make comment here, because when we took over, the first approach was for us to take over the East-West Road, because it's a road under the Ministry of Niger Delta Development. I'm sure the Uncommon Senate President will speak more to that, because he was the minister at the time that road was handed over to the Ministry of Works. And when we took over, we have made several efforts to relocate it from the Ministry of Works to the Ministry of Niger Delta. But unfortunately, it has not been easy. It has not been possible. But on the bad aspect of the road, which was referred to by the governor of Bayelsa State, I want to say that as at yesterday, if you watch carefully, you discover that NDDC has mobilized to that very place to fix it, because when he spoke to me, the MD, I said we cannot continue to wait for Ministry of Works. At the end of the day, that road will be rather impassable. But a greater proportion of the road is under the Ministry of Works, and we're also talking to make sure that this road is fixed. So I think because of want of time, I want to say that I appreciate everybody that's here, and thank the Uncommon Senate President, and thank my leader, Comrade Adam Saliu Oshomole, and all the former governors here. I can see Sereki Dixon, and a host of all the dignitaries that are here, of which is difficult to recognize. But whether you recognize or not, be rest assured that we appreciate you. Having said that, I want to use this opportunity, therefore, to invite to the stage the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, here ably represented by the Uncommon President of Senate President Godswill Akpabio, to address this gathering. Thank you very much.
Please be seated. May I have the privilege of calling on my senators who are here to please come and back me up as I represent the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR. Thank you.
You can stand this way.
If the stage is strong enough, I would like to invite members of the National Assembly, the House of Representatives, who are in the audience, led by the chairman of the NDDC in the House, my dear sister, Ms. Ibori, to also come forward and join us so that the crowd can see the support of the National Assembly as a whole for the Niger Delta Development Commission. Your members are here. Thank you. Your Excellency, the former President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, a son of Niger Delta, permanent member of the Council of State from our region, our own Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, GCFR. We have 9 state governors in our midst, Two of them are here with us in person. His Excellency Governor Doye Diri of Bayelsa State, who made a passionate appeal, a very short, passionate appeal. Of course, His Excellency, the Governor of Ondo State, our own brother, Governor Lucky Ayedetua. We have all the other states have their deputy governors represented here. So, yes, I've seen them. So we have Governor Hobu Zodima, represented by the deputy governor who spoke. We have Governor Alex Oti of Abia, represented by the deputy governor who spoke here. We have Governor Moeno, represented by the deputy governor who also spoke here. We have Governor Otu, also represented by the deputy governor. We have our own sheriff of the Niger Delta and governor of Delta State, represented by his governor who also spoke. Then, of course, I'm sure we saw the deputy governor of Edo, but if we did not, you represent two of them. So, and then, of course, the head of service of Rivers State, represented Governor Fubara, and our own Momo, on behalf of the ministers. I'm particularly delighted to see the Minister of Petroleum Gas, Right Honorable Ekpo, and also delighted to see my brother Tunji Ojo, the Minister of Interior, who himself is a son of the Niger Delta, and a host of other dignitaries. Of course, I now want to recognize the chairman of the board of NDDC, my brother Chedu Ebie, and the performing managing director in charge of the management, Samuel Obugu, PhD, and all the other management staff, distinguished delegates, captains of industries, Hess Holding, as represented here, our brother Tony Elumelu, and then Professor Osage, who gave a very thought-provoking lecture. Then from the Chief of Defense Staff, I used him as a point of contact to recognize all the other service chiefs, including the representatives of the DGSSS, going all the way down to the DIG and the AIG of the zone, the GOC, and the civil defense and all other service chiefs who are here, all working together to maintain the peace of the Niger Delta region. Let me say that I'm here in a very dual capacity as the son of the Niger Delta and as the second person since the creation of Nigeria to become the Senate President from Niger Delta region. May the soul of our former Senate President, Dr. Joe Wyas, rest in perfect peace. That happened 45 years ago. And today, this region is happy and lucky under President Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu to produce a Senate President. Courtesy of God, the support of the President, and the vote of my colleagues who are here and those who are not here. And I thank you all. I remain highly indebted to you. The Honorable Minister of Niger Delta, my colleague, because I was once a minister in that ministry. If you are listening, I want to quote you. The inauguration of the board of the NDDC means that we have accepted to be part of the renewed hope agenda of His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, and to that very extent, we need to be conversant with the 8-point presidential priorities ranging from food security, ending of poverty, inclusivity, job creation, anti-corruption stance, rule of law, amongst others. Therefore, to the board, you are expected to work towards delivery of the presidential renewed hope agenda priorities. We are also aware that there has been a lot of complaints about the NDDC, and I want to use this opportunity to appeal and also direct that this time around, we need to change the narrative. We cannot continue to do the same thing the same way and expect that we are going to achieve a different result. Collectively, therefore, we must be committed on how the zone can be transformed. Today, we have captains of industries, we have traditional fathers. When I saw His Royal Majesty, Justice Spiff, I was very happy. I've seen a lot of others who are here, and I can tell you that this conference is packed with the who is who in the Niger Delta region. And therefore, the outcome of this conference should be like none other before. Renewed Hope Agenda for Sustainable Development of the Niger Delta region. I am very happy to identify with this. Mr. President is also delighted to have been invited to stand here, to be amongst you today. So let me say, on my part as a son of the Niger Delta, I had a small speech I wanted to make, but a few issues beg for explanation. Number one, the East-West Road. The East-West Road would have been completed under my tenure as Minister of Niger Delta under the last administration. But some stakeholders, particularly of Ogoni extraction, led a delegation to meet with the then president, President Buhari, to inform him that they did not want the Ministry of Niger Delta to complete the road. They wanted the road to be transferred to the Ministry of Works, at that time headed by my brother, former governor of Lagos State, Fashola. I was very shocked. We had just secured about 75 billion in our hand to conclude, at least particularly from Eleme Junction, when that came. And the president said, well, if that is what you want, so be it. Therefore, the road at that time was then transferred to the Ministry of Works that had no budget that year for the East-West Road. Even the 75 billion that we got from Sukuk could not be used. What am I saying? I'm saying it is Niger Delta that sometimes brings down Niger Delta. This summit must resolve to abolish the syndrome of PHD, which is pull him down syndrome. We must resolve to abolish that syndrome. From the day the Minister of Niger Delta stepped out of that road, no progress has been made to today. The Minister of Niger Delta inherited the road at 8%. And as at the time our brothers with some kings from Niger Delta came to insist that the money just released should not be used by the ministry, because they were afraid that the son of the Niger Delta was going to utilize the money in case something remained from there so that he would not make money. And it was also a son of the Niger Delta that convinced the then president to convoke that meeting in order to stop the man standing in front of you from completing that project. So it saddens me when the narrative, years after, is still about East-West Road. That should have been put behind us by now. Realizing, of course, knowing my antecedent as a man who could bring out water from the rocks in terms of transformation, like I did in Akwa Ibom State. So the MD of NDDC, let it not be said that your management led a delegation to the president that in spite of the good work you are doing, they don't want you to continue. Far from it. we here at the National Assembly are very satisfied with the work you are doing and with the kind of cooperation that the management and the board are having in the Niger Delta Development Commission. Ours is to assure you that we'll continue to support you to bring development to the Niger Delta region. Let me just mention key things that you are not just talking about renewed hope agenda and sustainable development. You are practicalizing it. The NDDC today has changed. One of the governors that came here said, if the federal government, through the Ministry of Works, cannot do the road, the East-West road, it should be transferred to the NDDC. In my time as a governor, the people used to plead that the road from NDDC should be transferred to the governor. That means that NDDC is now working. NDDC is now working. If NDDC was not working under Sam Okpugu, there's no way somebody will ask that a road should be transferred to the NDDC. So I thought I should mention that kudos to the management and the board of the NDDC. The former president's presence here underscores his love for Niger Delta. President Jonathan's GCFR, thank you for being here. You have given us a lot of hope. In fact, you have renewed the hope of unity in the Niger Delta region with your presence. I only came to back you up. So I'm happy that two of us are here. And President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, who is watching us on television right now, is also happy that you are giving direction to the people of Niger Delta to continue to support his renewed hope agenda and by implication support his administration. And we will show so by 2027 when the next election comes and Mr. President is recontesting. I thought I would hear somebody clap for me. Today, Mr. President is very committed to ensuring the development of Niger Delta. The Bayelsa, Port Harcourt, Rivers, Akwa Ibom Road, called East-West Road, will be tackled. The National Assembly, standing here, will do everything possible to ensure that that project is completed within our time. The Lagos-Calabar Coastal Road started by the President will not only start from Lagos. Mr. President has also agreed that it must also take route from Niger Delta simultaneously. Then it will meet up with the one in Lagos. The Niger Delta Development Commission has never had the kind of budget that they are having in 2024. The President has approved that they can go ahead and get a soft loan of 1 trillion to add to complete all the other projects that they have in mind in order to bring quick development to this region. So the MD of NDDC is no longer going to be lack of funds. It's now going to be a question of commitment. Things have changed. You will not have people from Abuja coming here to stay in the hotel and requesting to be in NDDC to collect money and take back to other states of the Federation. You are going to spend the money of NDDC right here in the Niger Delta region. MD, while you are talking with your minister, listen to what we want you to do. First, there is no greatness in any region or any country when that country is suffering from hunger. The Niger Delta can feed itself, even in terms of rice production, in agriculture. Take up, create fish ponds, empower the people of Niger Delta. Go ahead with swampy rice projects. Make sure that we give rice to Nigeria. Let us not be defined only by oil. Let us be defined by our agricultural output for the rest of this country. The summit focused on the theme Renewed Hope Agenda for Sustainable Development should serve as a turning point to all of us in the Niger Delta region. We must seize this opportunity to address the pressing socio-economic challenges we face and remind our nation that we should, like I said, not be defined by oil alone, but rather that we own the oil that Nigeria manages for the rest of the country. Fortunately, the administration of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu set its sights on rewriting our story and erasing our history of neglect. The administration brings a story of renewed hope and prosperity. For me, as Senate President, I believe that this is a season we have been waiting for, and it is our time to shine in the Niger Delta region. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, to achieve lasting solutions to our problems, we must first address the demons of disunity. Unity among the people of the Niger Delta region and the entire nation is not just a choice, but a necessity. It is through our collective strength, collaboration, and shared vision that we can overcome the obstacles that are placed before us and unlock the potential, the true potential of the Niger Delta region. So we must diversify our narrative and bring in other streams of stories to bear. Rather than remaining in a confined space of one story, we own the oil. We must now own the agricultural sector. We must now own empowerment programs. We must now own the fisheries industries. We must now ensure that our people engage in artificial intelligence and continue with the educational sector. During my tenure as Minister of Niger Delta, I was able to complete your 26-year-old headquarters, which was started by AK Hosford in 1994-95, but abandoned by previous administrations. During your tenure, now, you have been able to give Okitipupa in Ondo State about 5 local governments spanning over 86 villages light. They had no light for 15 years, and you have just commissioned that. That's why I said things are changing in the Niger Delta region. Honorable Minister, congratulate the MD and the staff and management of the NDDC for what they are doing. You came to Akwa Ibom State and you commissioned a major bridge at Ibno, which has given them access road to East Robolo and by implication the East-West road to Port Harcourt. This had never happened before. The story of the NDDC is changing. That is why you see all these people coming here. You are renewing the hope of the people of Niger Delta with the actions that are going on. And for this, the President is very delighted and he wants me to congratulate you. The President is very much determined, not just to support the Niger Delta region, but also to do everything possible to address the age-old neglect of the region. Calabar all the way to Abuja Road is a priority to this administration. Railway line is going to be included in the coastal road that comes from Lagos. So there will also be a rail line in order to enable you to move your goods and services across the Niger Delta and also take it to the major cities. Brass Nembe Road that you commissioned recently is a major kudos that must be given to the Niger Delta Development Commission. So I must say congratulations. I'm sure the people are also very, very happy. Then, of course, high prep, we're going to clean up. It's something that this administration has taken up as a project they met on ground, but they are determined to finish it. For the East-West Road, we in the Parliament are saying that we are going to stand by you and by our people because we are doing it for ourselves. So let me, on behalf of the National Assembly, reiterate our commitment to supporting development in the Niger Delta region and to let our people know that there is hope. There is hope. Do not despair. The people you are seeing here, including those that are not from Niger Delta, are very determined to place your issue on the front burner, realizing that you have been the major contributor to the nation's economy for years. It is now your turn for the nation to face you. May God bless all of you and bless the Niger Delta region. I thank you all.
Thank you, Your Excellency. This man, while he was the Minister of Niger Delta, very quickly, let me invite the MD to do a vote of thanks, and then we take the national anthem, and then the Senate President can leave us. MD, quickly come up here.
Your Excellency, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, represented by our own President of the Senate, the former President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, governors that are here present, members of the National Assembly, ladies and gentlemen, permit me to rest on existing protocol. I'm only just here to say thank you to all of you for coming to celebrate the Niger Delta, and just to assure you that the outcome of this summit is going to bring about prosperity to the people of the Niger Delta. You have all made your various inputs. You've actually made your own opinions known to the people of Nigeria. At the end of the day, we are going to also read a communique that will be a product of this summit after the next session, which is going to be the panel session. I want to wish all of you safe journey back to your various destinations, and may God bless you all. Thank you very much.
Please, the panel discussion will immediately kick off. But right now, Lady IB is here. We'll take the national anthem, and then we'll move on to the panel.
Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Though tribes and tongues may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians all and proud to serve our sovereign motherland. Our flag shall be our symbol, the truth and justice reign. In peace or battle honored, and this we count as gain. To hand unto our children our burning request, help us to build a nation where no man is oppressed, and so with peace and plenty, Nigeria will be
Nigeria indeed will be blessed. Let us set up now for the panel. Dr. Charles Achodo will be moderating and inviting members of his panel. But will allow His Excellency, the Senate President, and our chairman, the former President of Nigeria, President Goodluck Ebele Jonathan GCFR, to leave us. But the rest of us, let's settle down and we'll move on to the panel.
Boy. Ah, bo, Ekeriama. Ah, Isan. Isan. Isan Kememio. Wari kere wari masa begberi gbelemio. Ina ma begberi. Mota bame sekule mo babi ade gberi gbelemio. Ina ma begberi gbelemi. Egberi gbala wari gbafa e. Egberi gbala wari gbafa o. Egberi gbala wari gbafa izome. Egberi gbala wari gbafa o. Itila nango ya go parakwe. Itila nango ya igebiemo. Ayakuru mani ke bagala bogodo. Oh, sister na olo meti mimo. Mutulara baduwa kemi gbafa e. Sinindi teme gbagba museti mimo. Amiki inele bujire teku.
On the microphone.
Baba gologo jujema o. Yesu Christi you carry me yo. Tupa mota majugo jujema o. Ayuwa begberi golemi. Ama yogu beri golemi ba. Pepe sharu monara begberi golemi yo. Si awo mi terege begberi golemi akasa. Boy. Timi gberama o, uti timi gberama o, timi ba kiyesi yemba sembore, timi kiyesi yemba sembore, timi saku gberi gbelemi, eba seki gberi gbelemi ba o, yemete ki ba gbofa o, izomete ki ba gbofa o, seletu gbara saku mene.
Ebeli bolemi o, imama ebeli bolemi. Ebeli bolemi o, imama ebeli bolemi. Ebeli bolemi o, imama ebeli bolemi.
Sami gberi gbelemi ba, NDD se gberi gbelemi, Honorable Siki Yaye gberi gbelemi, Iyabe gberi gbelemi ba.
One of them is trying to expand power for industrialization purposes, but a deliberate action has to be taken to reduce the cost of power here. NDDC in collaboration sustainable. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We are now taking environment. I understand there is something is wrong with the audio, and the technical people need to take into consideration that, because it seems to be echoing from what I'm hearing, and I think I agree with them. Now we deal with environment, please.
Talking about the environment. If you're from the Niger Delta region, particularly if you're from the riverine area, environments are destroyed in the way and manner they have been destroyed since the exploration of oil and gas in the Niger Delta region. You are dying, and we really did not realize this until we started seeing the devastation physically. With our eyes in our communities. At that point, from my experience, the devastation was already too late. Now, today, people are talking about waste management. Waste management, it's primarily a business that we are attempting to bring into the environmental discussion, to control flood and erosion. NDDC is the platform that we are using, the vehicle that we're using to highlight these issues in this summit so that they can be packaged for policy making, for changes
that will go hopefully all the way to the National Assembly, and that changes can be made. What we need to do is to really and take responsibility in
to do. The funding mechanism that is available will not be enough to achieve them. Social infrastructure, for example, is not an infrastructure that you can fund easily with the way we are going. This budgeting in thousands and in millions every year has never helped. So innovative funding mechanisms must have to evolve from this process. My take is that the first way to go, and I wish the National Assembly members were here, is to discuss the amendment to the NDDC Act, the funding mechanism of the NDDC. We need to go back there, because that is the ground norm. That is the foundation. Once we have that, once we have that funding discussion, an amendment, then we can do things. Then it can support, legislation can support the enactment of a Niger Delta Development Bank. From such a bank, bonds can be floated. Today we are talking about green financing, how do we key in? The funding mechanisms for that are critical, because if you do not have alternative sources of funding, what we are discussing will not happen. So it is important that as policy, or as one of the output from this
mental issue. But there is a role in law, especially with sociological jurists. They talk about law being an instrument of social change. So we can come up with progressive policies and laws that can help in ensuring that at least the most vulnerable in society, and when I talk about the most vulnerable, I'm talking about our communities really, women, children, and in particular our youths. I want to first of all appreciate the NDDC for its emphasis on education. The scholarship scheme is fantastic and is exposing our youth to all the necessary ingredients of education that you can have, especially in the current global arena. So that is fantastic, and I must commend the NDDC for that. But beyond that, I think the issue of environmental protection has been kind of a little bit subdued. If you look at the just transition, the just transitions in terms of moving away from fossil fuel to a much more renewable, a much more ecologically friendly, sustainable means of livelihood. Environmental protection is one of them. And climate change is also one of the most important, if not about the most important, global point for discourse. So it should be on the agenda. And I agree with His Excellency Donald Duke that the Niger Delta Development Commission is not the 10th state of the Niger Delta. It's just a development interventionist agency. There is so much expectation. The expectation is just so Herculean. There is no way one agency can deal with all the issues that afflict the Niger Delta. So yes, they must begin to partner with states and collaborate with states to know in what areas that interventions have to be made. Because they don't even have the financial resources. Again, I think the last speaker, Timia Laibi, talked about innovative financial mechanisms and funding. That would be great. I agree with him 100%. And that cannot be done effectively without looking at the statute establishing the NDDC. So on the whole, I agree with my panelists. Absolutely. I just wanted to emphasize this fact. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The panelists have done an excellent job in touching comprehensively some of the things not actually reflected in the strategy document. And I'm happy that I'm sure some of the rapporteurs, we have two groups, taking note on some of their recommendations and observations. And those will be reflected along with what we got from the thematic section that was held yesterday in order to firm up the current strategy that is being formulated. And I will basically say we plan to spend about 30-35 minutes, but we are so efficient that we spent only 25 minutes. So we have 10 more minutes left. If it's okay, then we can end it here, because I understand some people are booked to travel immediately, and instead of wasting their time, we just end it up right away. Sorry, I've been advised that we should actually open up for comments or questions actually from the floor. Are there those who have questions? Is somebody having a microphone there? Okay, you can come up and ask your question if there's no microphone, please. So we'll spend the next 10 minutes or so, if it's okay.
I am Prince Maibo B. Okareme, Pioneer National Secretary of Traditional Rulers of Oil Mineral Producing Commission of Nigeria, TROPCON. My area of intervention, as I want to call it, has to do on the funding and on the template. During the technical session, we all agreed on the need to be innovative on the funding mechanism. When my brother Timmy was EDFA, before he is coming on board, he was very much involved in the formation of the commission. And in truth, NDDC took over the assets and liabilities of UMPADEC. And UMPADEC was a creation of the Revenue Act. It was the Revenue Act that made provision of 3% of the derivation. At that time, 3% for UMPADEC was specific for the oil producing areas, and 1% was left for the state. So when Chief A.K. Hosford provided the enabling environment for us to ask for an increase of the derivation fund to not less than 30%, the original intent was that 50% of that 30% would be given to UMPADEC, now supposed to be NDDC. And that was the reason President Obasanjo refused to sign the law. Therefore, I want to suggest that we should look at it from this perspective. I'm very much aware that the Revenue Commission will soon finalize their report on a new revenue allocation formula. And within Niger Delta, we have all been clamoring for resource control. The Constitution provides not less than 30%. Therefore, I want to suggest that we should all collectively agree in principle that whatever amount that will be added to the current 30% should now be given to NDDC.
Thank you very much. Next one. Just come straight, ask your question, and be brief because we have limited time.
Thank you. All protocols observed. I am Akpederi Kingsley Ehensiri Esquire. I'm of the Okbe ethnic nationality of Delta State. There are two areas I want to touch on. Agriculture. Today, we are all aware that prices of goods, of food produce or products from Gary to yam and others has gone beyond the reach of the common man. Yes, the question or comment is this: how do we increase food production when the various forests and farmlands of many of the states of the Niger Delta have now been threatened by herdsmen? From Edo State to Delta State to many other states, herdsmen rape our women who go to farm. The question is this. Can't the Niger Delta states governors improve on the forest guard so that our forests can be protected? And can't the NDDC support the state governments in providing facilities for the forest guards so that our farmlands can be safe for? Then the second one is on no, just the last one. Okay, 30 seconds, please. The second one. That east-west road, what is happening to it is a symptom of a larger problem. From the Cameroon mountains, waters or the deluge of water is released whenever there is high rainfall in a particular year. The Niger Delta, being about sea level, is the final destination of such deluge. So the moment we hear that Kogi State, Benue State are having flooding problems, just know that the final destination is the Niger Delta. Now, our president, Goodluck Jonathan, did a lot around the Taraba State area, the Mambila Plateau area. Various dams were constructed then. It is a failure of those dams. It is the failure of those dams. That's why we're having that deluge coming to the Niger Delta. If the current federal government can open up those dams and construct new ones to collect the water coming from the Cameroon mountains, the east-west road will not have that problem. Thank you.
Sorry. I'll be moving down to catch questions from there, please. Yeah. Oh, there's Mike? Okay, fine. So they stay there and ask questions, and we take it.
I'm standing on the existing protocol. I just want to commend the organizers of this program. I've looked at the number of the 6 items: infrastructure, environment, finance. All of them are just tied together for the development of the Niger Delta. I just want to ask that NDDC needs to look at what has happened to Nareyo, where phosphate was mined. After the phosphate was mined, they didn't do what UAE is doing to reinvest the proceeds. So currently, over the 25 years or 24 years that NDDC has been established, we've not really done a lot to see what do we do to reinvest our proceeds that we have already gotten over the years. Now, I also want to ask that the last person I just spoke said about food items going up. And we find out that one of the problems that caused food items to go up is transportation. So what do we do to have a sustainable transportation system? For example, if you go to Singapore, you will see a train line that cut across every part of Singapore. So can we replicate similar thing to have a train line that will cut across the 9 capital states within the Niger Delta? I also want to look at, please, 1 minute, please. Last question, please. When we are doing PIA, we missed inculcating mining or local refineries. If you looked at the Mining Act of 2007, they inculcated artisanal miners. But when it comes to oil and gas, we do not inculcate artisanal refineries. So since NDDC is an intervention agency, they should look into that so that by the time PIA is being amended, we'll look at how we can collaborate artisanal refineries. Thank you.
Sorry, let me just point out something, please. There are members of the panelists that we have flights to catch. So let's be considerate. Ask your question and give them space. They all spoke 3 minutes for 4 minutes. You can't ask questions for 5 minutes.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Kreda Obianime, and my question is going to the first speaker that talked about economic development. He made reference to the MSMS and talked about agriculture for youth loving the agriculture. And I'm asking this question because I'm a youth. Is there dissected steps? Are they dissected steps on how this can be achieved? Would the Niger Delta cooperate or partner with NGOs on achieving these things that has been stated that should be done to the youth? And secondly, when can we look forward to implementation with all this that has been said?
Thank you. That they will answer all this, they will pick up the questions. I think they are listening. You didn't hear? Okay. You come closer, speak out louder, but make your questions very brief so that they can hear and answer.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
I'm Comrade Priye Ketebu Brown, Vice President, World Assembly of Youth. First of all, on security, I want to say, as we normally say on the ground, the Commission has finished work.
I live in Odi, in the community in Bayelsa State.
Chief, question.
And I can tell you that the solar lights.
Question.
No, this is any other community across the Niger Delta. So on security, I think that's infrastructure. I want to ask who's handled the infrastructure. What do you think about the design, the current design to remediate the problem of East-West Road where we have the problem now? As a layman, I have looked at that design. I passed there when the flood was at its peak. I was one of those who traveled on trailer, tipper back. So I know where the flood was, very high. That bridge and culverts they are trying to do, it will not resolve that problem.
Okay.
If there's another flood, it will resolve.
Okay.
That's on infrastructure. Then when it comes to education, I want us to look into
we're stopping,
TVET.
We're stopping here.
Finally, we need to train MSMEs operators on export, how to export their products. We need to train them how to export their products. You and I know people buy export our products, so we need training on that. Thank you very much.
Let me suggest something. Sorry, let me suggest. If you have questions, please, or suggestions. Sorry, I'm coming. Suggestions. Put them in writing. Send it to the NDDC Secretariat. They will put it in because there is another closing session on what we're doing now that is coming up. And some people have to catch up flight. Is that okay? Please. I would have loved everybody to speak, but time is an issue. Okay? So I'm asked to close it up from here, please. Sorry. That's what I've been told. Let's put our hands for the panelists, and we say thank you. And thank you very much for the work well done and for your substantial contributions. And those will be taken into consideration in the final plan. Thank you. Let's put our hands together for them.
Please remain. MD, Chairman, please join the panel for a good photograph, please. Thank you very much. So while we are taking the photograph, can the chairman and the rapporteurs team please start moving closer to the stage to deliver the communique before we round up, please. The communique, please, head of the rapporteurs, please step forward here to present. Mr. Eniro Wills. Are you? All right, please, let's settle down. That's the last item in our program.
Good evening. I adopt the existing protocol in the interest of time. And my role is just to read the communique, except to add and emphasize that this is the voice of the stakeholders convened Wednesday. And it's not the voice of NDDC, it's the voice of Niger Delta stakeholders. So, communique issued at the end of the Niger Delta Stakeholders Summit 2024. Preamble. In a bid to cascade Mr. President's renewed hope agenda down to the Niger Delta region,
and the need for strategic stakeholder engagement, which forms a crucial part of the agenda. The Niger Delta Development Commission convoked a stakeholder summit from the 10th to the 12th of July 2024 in Port Harcourt. The summit brought together stakeholders in the region to collaboratively, constructively deliberate on issues affecting the region and its development, with a view to further transform the region. The theme of the summit was renewed hope for sustainable development of the Niger Delta. Traditional rulers, professionals, entrepreneurs, youth groups, IOCs brainstormed on various issues affecting the region and proffered possible solutions. Technical session. The pre-summit technical session of the event held 10th July 2024. The technical session was chaired by His Excellency Senator Hope Uzodinma, Governor of Imo State, while the keynote address at the technical session was delivered by the National Security Advisor, Malam Nuhu Ribadu, who noted that in a bid as a national security priority in a more active and determined way within the vision of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, and his renewed hope agenda, the Office of the National Security Advisor shall for the first time set up a directorate that shall specialize in security of the Niger Delta, through which it would have a critical look at the peculiar security challenges of the region in a focused and professional way. Goodwill messages were delivered by the governors and several dignitaries present. There was a presentation on the 7 pillars of development for the Niger Delta Regional Development Strategy. These pillars are economic development, security, law and order, governance and institutions, and finance. Syndicate sessions where participants actively discuss pillars of development vis-à-vis current challenges and possible solutions. The syndicate sessions had participation and input from the advisory committee of the NDDC, comprising governors of the states of the region, traditional rulers, youth groups, women groups, development partners, civil society organizations, IOCs, and other critical stakeholders. Summit proper. The main summit held on Friday, 12th July, that is today, with the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Senator Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, as special guest of honor, and the distinguished chairmanship of former President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Dr. Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, GCFR. The chief host of the summit was Senator Godswill Akpabio, President of the Senate. Goodwill messages were received from governors of the states of the region and other dignitaries. Keynote address was delivered by Professor Ehosa Osage, Director General of the Nigerian Institute of International Affairs, who set the tone for the robust plenary deliberations. The summit then went into plenary session, platform for the discussions. The findings and recommendations from the technical session were reviewed and further deliberated upon. At the end of the sessions, the following summits. 1. The Reactivation Advisory Committee under Section 11 of the NDDC Establishment, etc. Act 2000 as amended to advise and monitor the activities of the Commission. 2. The summit accepted the recommendations of the advisory committee as follows. A. That all funds due and outstanding to the Commission from the statutory sources, including the federal government and the Ecological Fund, be vigorously pursued and recovered. B. That additional sources of funding for the NDDC, such as at least 3% of value-added tax revenue, should be legislated. C. Increased synergy between the committee to achieve a more robust efficiency and activate all organs provided in the Act. D, there is urgent need to remove the Commission from the Treasury single account policy as it limits the Commission from fully achieving its interventionist mandates. E, that the federal government should strictly adhere to the tenure provisions of the NDDC Act and avoid the incessant dissolution of boards of the Commission, and also the Commission should be insulated from political interference which puts it under pressure on the leadership of the Commission. Puts undue pressure, on the leadership of the Commission. F, there is urgent need to complete the East-West Road, which was awarded nearly 20 years ago to ease transportation across the region. G, to thoroughly consider the NDDC Act and drive support for amendments of the Act where necessary. H, to avoid duplication of projects and efforts during robust consultation between NDDC and the 9 member states in project. That is substantive number 3 resolution. Proper planning is crucial to any development, and therefore the review of the Niger Delta Regional Development Master Plan, appropriate data gathering was essential to any realistic development plan. There must be quantitative and qualitative inputs from key stakeholders in preparing or reviewing the master plan. 4, the region's educational curriculum should be reviewed and designed to meet 21st century needs. Technical and vocational training must be given priority by creating technical vocational training hubs. There should be improved funding of the region's educational system. Resolution 5 on healthcare, water, sanitation, and hygiene.